Madam Speaker,
This House now convenes its sitting. Good afternoon, everyone. I now call on the Minister for Communications and Works to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 be read a second time. And Madam Speaker, while I'll speak to the reasons, the reason of objects and reasons. Madam Speaker, today is an important matter that affects every resident and visitor within our beloved Virgin Islands. The urgent need to modernize and amend the Road Traffic Act 218, which has governed our roadways since its enactment on 4th July 1988. For over 3 decades, this legislation has provided the legal framework for regulating traffic. It empowers the minister to control and manage vehicular movement, designate officials to erect traffic signs, register and license motor vehicles, and declare speed limits, among other critical functions. While several amendments have been made and consolidated in the 2013 revised edition, the principal legislation is now outdated and no longer adequately serves the demand of effective and efficient policing or the evolving nature of road traffic in our territory. Madam Speaker, the landscape of road use has changed drastically, especially within Road Town. The number of motor vehicles on our roads has increased substantially. Advances in vehicle technology, changes in traffic patterns, and the growing need for road safety all demand that our laws keep pace with these realities. The current Road Traffic Act, in its present form, falls short of addressing these matters. It is imperative that we update this legislation to empower the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force and also the Department of Motor Vehicles to better manage road traffic, reduce accidents, and encourage greater compliance with traffic laws. One of the most pressing concerns is the inadequacy of existing penalties. The fines and sanctions, largely unchanged since 1988, have lost their deterrent effect due to inflation, changes in the value of money, and shift in societal behavior. The proposed amendment introduce increased fees and stricter penalties for offenses such as dangerous driving, impaired driving, and repeat violations, thereby restoring the deterrent value essential for safer roads. For instance, a fine of $150 for driving an unlicensed vehicle could be reduced to as low as $50 after mandatory discounts. This approach is insufficient to deter repeat offenders and does not reflect the societal cost of violations. The proposed maximum penalty of $4,500 for dangerous driving serves to empower magistrates to take decisive action in extreme cases while ensuring that ordinary infractions are not excessively penalized. Furthermore, these amendments are carefully designed to align our laws with international best practices and standards. They address critical gaps identified by law enforcement and regulatory agencies, including provisions to regulate vehicular noise pollution, and to secure the transport of goods and extend driver's license validity periods. The amendments also promote safety and enhance the overall quality of life in our communities. Madam Speaker, the process of amending this act has been comprehensive and inclusive. We have engaged extensively with key stakeholders, notably the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, whose senior officials provided invaluable insights to ensure the legislation supports effective law enforcement while safeguarding civil liberties. The Department of Motor Vehicles has also played a pivotal role offering practical perspective on vehicle regulation and enforcement. Recent data from the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force reveal a significant increase in traffic violations and accidents. This alarming trend demands decisive action. Local reports indicate that traffic accidents involving motor scooters and other vehicles continue to rise, with multiple incidents resulting in serious injuries. Madam Speaker, in early 2024, we tragically recorded road fatalities, including 2 young men who lost their lives in separate accidents, highlighting the ongoing risk on our roads. These statistics demonstrate a clear upward trend in traffic violations and accidents, which the current Road Traffic Act, now over 30 years old, is ill-equipped to address effectively. The data strongly supports the urgent need for the proposed amendments to modernize the legislation, enhance enforcement powers, and increase penalties to improve road safety across the territory. I wish to emphasize that a key component following the passage of this bill will be the finalization of the associated regulations, which will prescribe the specific penalties for various traffic offenses. While the amended Road Traffic Act will provide the necessary legal framework and authority, it is through these detailed regulations that fines and sanctions will be clearly defined and updated to reflect the modernized enforcement approach. These regulations will set out the exact amounts for fixed penalties and court-imposed fines, ensuring consistency, transparency, and proportionality in enforcement. They will also address emergent concerns such as noise pollution, improper vehicle loading, and other offenses identified during consultation with the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force and the Department of Motor Vehicles. The timely development and implementation of these regulations are essential to fully realize the objectives of the amended Act, enhancing road safety, improving compliance, and restoring the deterrent effect of penalties in line with the territory's growth and development. Madam Speaker, the proposed amendments to the Road Traffic Act represent a vital step towards modernizing our road safety governance, improving enforcement efficiency, and strengthening penalties to better deter violations. These changes, shaped by thorough consultation with law enforcement and regulatory agencies and the public, will ensure that all legislation is fit for purpose in the 21st century and aligned with international standards. Madam Speaker, I ask that members support the enactment as priority will be given to amending the finalizing of the legislation that are already drafted to ensure they are comprehensive, fair, and effective. Madam Speaker, it is my firm belief that by passing this amendment, we'll foster safer roads, protect lives, and enhance the well-being of all who live and visit these Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, with that, I say thank you for the opportunity to present this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Any member wish to debate? I recognize the Junior Minister for Culture, Honorable Lusard Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to make a contribution to this bill that's before us, the Virgin Islands Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. This is a very important bill in my view, Madam Speaker, as it deals with the road traffic, particularly with the safety issues when it comes to driving on our roads. And we have heard so many cries from the public about some of the safety issues pertaining to driving on our roads. And this is a great opportunity here, Madam Speaker, to address these many, many concerns. The bill, as Honorable Minister responsible for this particular bill today mentioned, has 33 sections, most of which covers the increase of fees and fines and penalties. It is believed that persons who commit offenses usually learn or are deterred from repeating offenses when they have to pay. So quite a bit of this particular bill here today, Madam Speaker, deals with the increases of fines and penalties. And the list is very long and extensive, so I won't really necessarily go into all of these, but just to say, for example, currently if there's a fine for $50, it has been increased to $150. $500 fines have increased to $1,500, and even as little as $25 fines have been increased to $75. So it is hoped, Madam Speaker, that enacting these new changes in this bill or this act, the Principal Act, that we will see less of these offenses being committed. I support these increases, Madam Speaker, and as I said before, hopefully it will deter persons from committing the offenses that are listed in this bill or in this act. And there are a few sections, new sections, which I will pay more attention to today, which I think are timely, and it's now the time for these things to be addressed and to be enacted. So there are a few new sections, particularly one that pertains to the age requirements, section 18A, requirements for drivers 80 years and older. I think 80 years. And this section, section 18A, the Principal Act is amended by inserting after section 18 the following new section. It's entitled Requirements for Drivers 80 Years and Older. Section 18A1 reads, every person holding a driver's license upon reaching the age of 80 years shall submit to a re-examination of his or her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely. 18A2, in addition to the examination under subsection 1, every person upon reaching the age of 80 years shall undergo a medical evaluation, including an eye exam, and submit a medical report from the registered medical practitioner as to his or her fitness to drive a motor vehicle. 18A3, when the licensing officer is satisfied that a person who is 18 years or older can operate a motor vehicle safely, the licensing officer may grant a driver's license for a period of 3 years to that person. And finally, section 18A4, the requirements set out in subsections 2 and 3 shall apply on a renewal of a driver's license of a person over the age of 80 years old. Madam Speaker, I believe the current or the Principal Act relates to this section as for persons over the age of 70. So 80 is the new 70. So it has allowed persons that are older than 70 or 80 years old to have a driver's license once they are physically able to operate a motor vehicle. And I support this, Madam Speaker, as our seniors are more agile, they're more healthier, and they are very much so independent and would like the opportunity to drive themselves. The other new section, section 31A, penalty for overtaking on a corner or intersection, etc. I agree with this inclusion, Madam Speaker, because overtaking a corner is very, very dangerous, and I'm sure we have all witnessed these things happening. And we have witnessed not only them happening, but a few close calls that may have caused accidents, because it's really hard for you to see around a corner. So overtaking around a corner is definitely dangerous. So the fact that we have to include this in the bill means that it is something very, very serious. It's happening too often, and it needs to be addressed legally. So this penalty for overtaking a corner, intersection, etc., 31A, section 31A, any person who, while driving a motor vehicle or a motorcycle, along a public road overtakes any other motor vehicle or motorcycle, when approaching or on a corner, intersection, or crest of a hill, commits an offense, shall be liable on summary conviction to a penalty not exceeding $500. So there goes the penalty of $500. Subsection 44A, Madam Speaker, deals with miscellaneous offenses, and this is a very extensive subsection, and it deals particularly with the motorcycles. And basically, the Principal Act is amended by inserting after Section 44 the following new section titled Miscellaneous Offenses Motorcycle, and 44A1 reads every person who, and there's from A to J, and then it goes into subsection 2, A and B, and then another section 3. We have known, and there are a lot of complaints, and I have received complaints from especially our seniors in the district with the noise, with the motorcycles, especially late at night. You know, our seniors are very, very much so need their rest, and when there's a lot of noise in their heads, they can't go back to sleep once the noise interrupts their sleep. So I have received numerous complaints from our seniors with these motorcycles that are going through the communities with a lot of noise. And I agree with this particular section. And it's really a nuisance to the community, in particularly, as I said, the noise. And flipping through the traffic, it gives me the very nervous when you think you're safe and then a motorcycle just whips by and cause you to stir. But I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that this section, it may have addressed as many of the issues and concerns that our citizens are complaining about. I won't go into all of them. I'll give other members to say some of these things that are on these in this bill here today. But one in particular is using, or every person, section 44A, 1A, every person else who, A, uses or permits the use of a motorcycle on the road to which is affixed a defaced or altered license plate. B, without the authority of the owner, removes a license plate from a motorcycle. Uses or permits the use of a license plate upon a motorcycle to which the license plate has not been assigned. But I want to get down to this one here where it says, using 1J, uses a motorcycle that causes a loud noise or evicts spark or excessive smoke that would cause annoyance to the public. This one, Madam Speaker, is what I am happy to see is included here, as it is a nuisance. And I hope that once this bill is enacted, that it will be enforced. So basically, Madam Speaker, there's a lot more, but I said I would leave for other members to talk about. And then when we go into committee stage, we go into a clause by clause and address it some more. But I'm happy to see, again, that this section is included in this bill. The other new section I wish to speak about, Madam Speaker, and this will be my final section, is Section 64. The Principal Act is amended in Section 64. A, by appealing subsection 1 and substituting the following new section. 1, the offenses listed in this subsection are fixed penalty offenses and carry the fine specified if committed by a person. And again, this is also very extensive. It goes from A to Z, and it goes from AA to AQ. So it's quite extensive, and I believe all these things are justified in terms of helping to make our roads a little bit more safer. So I just mentioned a few. 1A, using a motor vehicle without having affixed thereto in the prescribed manner the identification marks on the license plates, a penalty of $150. Driving an unlicensed motor vehicle, penalty of $225. That's 1AC. 1D, driving an uninsured motor vehicle, $225. 1G, stopping alongside another motor vehicle, $20.25, especially in traffic. 1K, failing to stop at a stop sign, $175 is the penalty. 1N, driving a motor vehicle for the conveyance of loose materials while the material is deposited onto the roadway. I've spoken about this particular issue a few times in the House, and I'm glad to see it here, because we do have loose material being flown out of vehicles when they are driving, especially when the vehicle is not covered or the material is not covered properly. And 1Q, making a U-turn on a public roadway where it is not permitted, a $100 fine. I'm sure most of us have seen that. Riding a motorcycle, 1T, without a helmet, $225. And 1U, throwing an object from a moving vehicle, $175. And the list goes on, Madam Speaker. 1AK, failing to stop for a pedestrian at a crosswalk, $125. So, Madam Speaker, I am in full support of this bill here before us today, and particularly the sections that I mentioned, and of course there's more, and I am sure we look forward to committee stage when we will discuss this bill clause by clause, and there I will have further contributions to make. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to make my contribution to this bill.
Thank you. I now recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I was reminded of a question that I asked the Premier. Could have been about 2 sittings ago, where the government's expenditure, the recurrent expenditure, is outstripping or is budgeted or expected to outstrip its recurrent income for 2025. And my question to the Premier was if he could tell us what his plans are to raise revenue. Now, obviously, I am expecting to see hefty plans in tourism. I'm looking to see how we could get other benefits and add-on services in financial services. I'm looking to see how agriculture can improve. I'm looking to see how the fishing industry can be maximized, the blue economy. I'm looking to see innovation to get us back to that quality of life that people have grown accustomed to. I was waiting to hear that in the answer. But I didn't hear that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what I heard was fees. The Premier said it. And I remember in my follow-up saying to him, are you telling me then that your economic plan is to raise fees on poor people? He didn't respond, but the response is here now. The response is here now in these fees that are here, Madam Speaker. And I'm not saying in no way that you should not raise fees. But it seems to me, Madam Speaker, that this is an attempt to fill up the government coffers at the expense of the people of this country. This is what I'm seeing here, Madam Speaker, in this bill. We have an economy that's already struggling. People are having the most difficult time of their lives that I can recall in the modern Virgin Islands. I have never seen it this difficult for ordinary folks before. Simply making ends meet. Going to the supermarket, you go in there with $300, you get 2 bags. We have our district offices, people come to our district offices often every day, can't buy food to eat. Those of us who have a pantry, you know the pantry gets a lot of usage because people are having a rough time. And the government's response is to add on more fees to the people. That can't be the way we want to do it. I'm not saying that some of the fees, Madam Speaker, are not warranted. Some of them are. But some of them are also excessive, and it's almost as if you just plan to have the police there scooping people to give them a ticket so that you can get some money in the consolidated fund. That is how I am feeling, Madam Speaker, about this situation. You could afford to give Vibe Cartel $300,000, but you're here taxing the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I want to go in the bit and I'm going to show you why I'm so concerned. And the other thing is, it's called the Road Traffic Act. Road is the operative word. The road, them ain't no good. The roads are no good. You're playing hopscotch on the roads. And now you're charging the people extra money for road that ain't no good. This is the height of political wickedness. I've never seen anything like this before in my life. And I'll show you, Madam Speaker, how I'm so concerned. Now, you shouldn't drive without a license. You should not be doing it. It is wrong. It is wrong. But you're moving it from $150 to $1,500. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it. I agree you shouldn't do it. But to move from $150 to $1,500 in one swoop, man, that is excessive, man. That is excessive. I am condoning it, but Lord, $150 to $1,500 in one swoop. Then, yes, if you drive without the license and you were warned before, okay, you were warned before. So if you move that from 1,000 to 3,000, which is what you're doing in when you amend Section 11, I understand that because you were warned from before. Then if you go to Section 5, the requirements for drivers 18 years and older. I am convinced, Madam Speaker, that this government, they don't like seniors. They have to show me otherwise that they care about seniors. I am convinced that they don't. The seniors of this country are having the most difficult time they've had under this government than any other government before. The pensioners, you hear the pensioners crying out, saying the little bit of money that we get for our pension, we can't live off of it. And the response from the government is to go to social development to get the rest of your money. We gave the civil servants an increase, which is well deserved. Yes, they're supposed to get it. The pensioners have received nothing. The seniors are saying, I've said it in this house before, to the Minister of Social Security, go to the Social Security Act and increase the benefits to the pensioners. Social Security have over $1 billion in assets, and the seniors getting a little $200 and $300 to carry home when month time come. They can't make ends meet. We have a rated program, and we come up now with a rule. If you're 70 years old as a senior, you can't be on the program. You have some seniors who are 70 years old, look better than people who is 25, and moving around and walking and active. Why are we treating our seniors like so? Why are we treating them like this? Why are we treating the seniors like this? This government like they don't like the seniors at all. I love the seniors dearly, and I want the government to do a little better with them. Hear what it says in requirements under 18A. Requirement for drivers 18 years and older. 18A. Every person holding a driver's license upon reaching the age of 80 years shall submit to re-examination of his or her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely. I ain't got no problem with that. I have no problem with that. I have a problem with 2 and 3. 2 says, in addition to the examination under subsection 1, every person upon reaching the age of 80 years old shall undergo a medical evaluation, including an eye exam, and submit a medical report from a registered practitioner as to his or her fitness to drive a motor vehicle. You're stereotyping. You're being discriminatory in your actions. Not because you're 80 means you can't see properly. Not because you're 80 means you're sick. You have people who are living to 100 and change. We celebrate them. Just the other day, you carry $10,000 down. You raise the money from 5 to 10, which is a very good thing. Because if Vibe Cartel could get 300,000, all seniors could get their money double. So I applaud that. I applaud that. But you can't subject the seniors to this just because they're 80 years old. What you should probably ask them to do is to self-declare any medical issues that they have. Let them self-declare it. Or if when they're there with you, you see something visibly wrong with them, then yes, that gives you the reason then to say, I want a medical thing. But not because you're 80 years old, you're going to subject the seniors to that. It is wrong. A society, Madam Speaker, is judged by how it treats the most vulnerable in its community. Our seniors are among that group of vulnerable persons. And every chance this government gets, they put their foot on the head and on the neck of the seniors of this country. No, we can't have it. So we need to address this. Let them self-declare. If they're sick, they will say to you, I'm sick. And they'll provide you requesting them to take, you know how private medical information is? You can't insist that people give you their medical information. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. If you see something visibly wrong with me, let's say for my hands or something have a problem, and you want something from a doctor in relation to my hands, then yes, you can get that. But if you ask me for a medical report from a registered practitioner, they're going to write down all my basis about all kind of ailments I have that's totally irrelevant to the issue of driving. And you get all my personal business just like that. We can't treat the seniors like that. Man, I wouldn't stand for it at all. This can't pass. Not in here today. And 3 says, when the licensing officer is satisfied that a person who is 80 years or older can operate a motor vehicle, the licensing officer may. You see? May grant a driver's license for the period of 3 years. So let's say, for instance, under 2, you're asking for things you shouldn't be asking for, but you still get it, and everything is fine with me. There's nothing wrong with me. The medical say I got a clean bill of health. I'm going to live to 200. And then you go down DMV now and then come tell you that the officer may. Not a shall, you know. May, which means that the officer still has discretion to discriminate against you on the basis of age. That can't be right. That can't be right at all, Madam Speaker. That's not what we want to do. And then you go down to 8. where it's amended by section 24. Again, excessiveness. Section 24 amended deals with speed limits. Gives the minister the authority to give speed limits at certain locations and so on. You're moving it from $500 to $1,500, an increase of 200%. If you go a little bit over the speed limit, Madam Speaker, that cannot be, Madam Speaker, that can't be right. That can't be right. You have a penalty for reckless or dangerous driving. I agree with those, because you want to make sure that that's a deterrent. So you increase that from 500 to 1,500 if it's summary conviction. I understand that, because you should drive with due care and consideration. And if it's indictable, it's $1,000 to $4,500. Even though that is excessive, to me, it is justified. You must drive properly on the road, and you must care for other people, Madam Speaker, who are driving on the roads as well. For 44A, dealing with motorcycles, Madam Speaker, we have to figure out what the issue is. Because when it comes to motorcycles, a motorcycle, Madam Speaker, is a very important mode of transportation, particularly for young people. So we can't take the approach that you don't want young people driving motorcycles. And it is the first vehicle that most of them can afford to drive to go from point A to point B. We have to bear in mind as well that we do not have public transportation in the Virgin Islands. We don't have a reliable public transportation system. And if you live West End, a taxi from town to West End every day at $30, nobody can afford to be paying that, particularly our young people. And you don't want the young people, particularly at nights, on the road begging to ride with strangers and so on. So even though, yes, the vehicle sometimes can create a problem, a vehicle is an important mode of transportation for young people in this country. The problem is the noise that is associated with some of them. I don't know if they're modifying the mufflers. I don't know what it is they're doing. I don't know if maybe something that they import to put on the mufflers. If they're importing things to put on the mufflers, we should ban those things at the port so they don't come inside. So when it comes to the noise part of things, I understand completely, because it becomes a nuisance to the public. So you won't hear noise from me on this. What I don't see here, though, Minister, I see a lot of young drivers doing it on motorcycles, riding their motorcycles in their slippers. That in and of itself is just an accident waiting to happen. Yes, we insist on the helmet, and I'm glad that we've insisted on it here, but I think something needs to be done about footwear. You should not be driving riding a motorcycle in slippers. You need to be wearing shoes that are properly covered, so in the event that there's an accident, that you don't have issues with your feet. Then you see section 51, Madam Speaker, is amended. And I'm going to read 51 to show where my concern resides. Section 51, Madam Speaker, of the Substantive Act speaks about prohibition of use of certain equipment. Now, 51.1 says, subject to subsection 3, no television screen or other device of a similar nature may be used by any person in any position or location in a motor vehicle where it may be visible to the driver or where it may in any other manner interfere with the safe operation and control of the motor vehicle. That is what the substantive act says as 51. And it goes on to say in 2, that's where the offense is created. A person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $750. Now, what the government has done here in the new 27 is they have moved that fine I've just read from $750 to $2,250. Completely excessive, Madam Speaker. And that is why I'm raising the point that I believe they're trying to get money to plug up the hole. They're trying to plug that hole, Madam Speaker. That hole that they caused. They're trying to get back that vibe cartel money. They're trying to get it back on the back of the people. They're trying to make sure that them vehicles they're driving every day, that they get money to buy them gas and the wear and tear and everything. They're trying to make sure that the money them spend off on travel and come back without anything to show us that they get that money back on the backs of the poor people of this country. How can you move, Madam Speaker, from $750 to $2,250?
Honorable, I don't mean to interject here, but I just want you to be mindful of Standing Orders 38, 5, please, where no member shall impute improper motive to any other member. So I just want us to be mindful of that.
But Madam Speaker, I'm not imputing. I'm not imputing anything.
I'm just saying to just be mindful.
I'm very mindful, but I'm not imputing, Madam Speaker. Members also have the right to state their opinions. I'm not imputing anything. Right? But, Madam Speaker, I'll show you the error. And don't get defensive, Premier. Don't get defensive on this one. I hear they're grumbling over there. Don't take it easy, man. No problem, no problem, no problem. You will get your chance. Section 27, hear that phrase, I know, you know. And when he was over here, he was the same one telling me to do it too. Now we on the other side is a different ball game. You see the hypocrisy? Anyhow, Section 27.
I can't believe my good friend Speaker, I can't believe my good friend who I ushered through the process, mentored and all the rest of it, they consider me to be a hypocrite. I don't think that's what he meant. He used the word actually did. But I don't think he meant that. But I don't need an apology. I take care of myself.
Why everybody so touchy today, Madam Speaker? I don't understand. Why are they just so touchy? I don't understand it at all. I'm a bit better. So, Madam Speaker, on 27. No, I have a question on this. Test cars, for instance, Madam Speaker. Because I've read out the section, and it said that you're not supposed to have a screen in the vehicle at all, it says, basically. And it should not be distracting the driver. But you have electronic vehicles, Teslas, for instance, right now, that have screens. And the screens are extremely useful screens that show you the surrounding of the road, helps you to monitor pedestrian traffic, and all sorts of things. Are we saying then that if you're driving, for instance, an electronic vehicle that now have these features in it, that you're going to be fined $2,250? That's what this is saying. I don't believe that is what, Madam Speaker, the intention of the bill is. So we have to take a look at that, because we certainly cannot be outlawing that sort of thing, because technology now is very important in roads. And it brings me to another point that I'm glad that we can discuss it here as well, Minister for Communication and Works, and maybe the Premier, whoever is in charge of insurance. The insurance companies are apparently not insuring electronic vehicles. I've had conversations with people with electronic vehicles who said that they can't get them insured. And so that is something that we have to take a look at, because if your policy is that you want people to go green and you're promoting green initiatives, an electronic vehicle is at the heart of that. The insurance companies can't just decide that they're not going to insure those vehicles. So we have to take a look at that. Section 29, Madam Speaker, the Principal Act. And I see the government, they get vexed when you come with a bill again. It's only to make the bill better. I see some of them there with them face makeup like I don't understand. We bring a bill to the House to debate the bill. Everything in the bill may not be exactly how you want it to go. But you don't get vexed when members start to raise concerns on the bill. It makes for a better bill at the end of the day. When you go to Section 29, the temporary use of a non-cab registered motor vehicle as a taxi cab. This is a good change. I support this. 57A says that where a licensed taxi cab operator requires the temporary use of a motor vehicle licensed as a private, commercial, or rental motor vehicle as a taxi cab for the continuance of his or her taxi cab operation, the licensed taxi cab operator shall apply in writing to the Commissioner of Motor Vehicles for an endorsement, and A, provide the Commissioner of Motor Vehicles with a certificate of additional insurance cover on that temporary motor vehicle to permit it to be used as a taxi cab, and you pay a fee of $150. The temporary use of the motor vehicle as a cab under subsection 1 shall in each instance be granted for no more than 3 months. This is a good change, because sometimes your taxi breaks down, and that is your only means of supporting your family. And if you have a private vehicle, because most people will have a taxi and they'll have a private vehicle. If you can get permission to use your private vehicle in the meantime, then that is a good thing. The only thing I would say is that subsection 2 lends itself to abuse. Because the way it's written here, you could end up getting approvals for 3 months periods over and over again, depending on who the minister is. It says subsection 2, the temporary use of a motor vehicle as a taxi cab under subsection 1 shall in each instance be granted for a period of no more than 3 months. In each instance suggests you could keep coming back. I think you need to put a cap on that. If you say a maximum of 6 months, or you get 2 turns, you come back for 2-3 month intervals, then that's fine. Because if something wrong with your vehicle, within 6 months you should have it fixed. You can't keep coming back, and then next thing the private vehicle turns into a permanent taxi. That's not the intention. So I would say we do that. But it's a good initiative, Minister. So you could smile on that one. I see your face makeup on the rest of them. But that one you can smile on. I like as well, Madam Speaker, Section 30. N, driving a motor vehicle for the conveyance of loose material where the material is deposited on the roadway. We have to do better as a people in this country. We must do better. The place doesn't look good. Yes, the government has part of the blame, because we have to get a waste reduction strategy in this country. We got to get those old ugly bins off the side of the road and come up with a way to properly dispose of our garbage. If Bermuda could do it and other places could do it, we could do it too. We could do it. I recall, Madam Speaker, on a visit to Bermuda. In the city of Hamilton, I went in there. The place clean. You could drop your food on the ground and you could pick it up and eat it. And you're driving around and everything is so well organized. You don't see no garbage disposal receptacles at all. I said to the driver, well, driver, you're carrying me where part of the good place there is. You just want me to have a good impression about Bermuda. I want to see the ghetto. He said he didn't have no ghetto here, and he drove me through. Not one receptacle. And we here still now in 2025 with the ugliest looking in bins on the side of the road with the garbage overflowing. Some of the bags fall out on the ground, and the fowl come and pick them, and all of it. The place just looks so filthy. We have to be able to come up with a way to properly dispose of our garbage. And they won't put a little paint on the bin them to make them face look a little decent. Some of the bin them face, supposed to see the face of the bin them. So we have a garbage disposal problem. We have to come up with a strategy. The government has to do it. But the public also have a role to play in it. And the terrible thing you see them sometimes, they put the garbage on the top of the vehicle. The intention, yes, is probably to drop it to the nearest bin. But you forget. You forget. And then you look and everything fall off in the government road. Look, so just the other day going up on the highway in the area Treasure Isle. The place looks and the people them won't even stop. If your garbage fall off the vehicle and you know you make a mistake, stop the vehicle and go pick up your garbage. If you make a mistake, you can't leave it there and it stays there. We're a tourist destination. We say we're a luxury destination. And these sort of things are happening, Madam Speaker. We can't have that. And then sometimes you have people transporting concrete, transporting gravel. The gravel leak out on the vehicle, on the road. They just turn off like nothing happened. We have got to do better. We have got to do better, Madam Speaker. So I support this. This one here should be more than five. If you ask me, this one should be more than 500. Ask me that to show our contempt for that, because that will be to show you want the environment, as opposed to the others that show you want to make more money to make up for all the reckless spending you have. But this one here, and a couple of others, I would raise this one. I would raise it. And of course, you have T says riding a motorcycle without a helmet. I would raise that one too, because it becomes a health issue. It becomes a crisis on our system. You driving a motorcycle, you get yourself in an accident, you can put your parents in all kind of problem. You got to take them hand money, take them rent money, and all kind of thing to operation for you. You being reckless, hit them a good fine. This one I agree. The fine must be a deterrent, not a money-raising thing, which is in here. Let it be a deterrent, Madam Speaker, not to make up private cartel money. Speaker, at the end here, on 30 AP, it says transporting a trailer or flatbed heavy equipment in Rotong during the hours of 8 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. and from 4:30 to 6 p.m. on any day except Saturday, Sunday, or public holiday, and where such equipment can be transported on an alternative roadway. So it's only during Rotong, if you drive through Rotong, between those hours of 8 a.m. and 9:30 and 4:30 to 6 p.m. They'll charge you $700 for that. I hope you tell the truckman them what you're doing to them, but anyhow. Well, you put it back here, so you put it back here again, so you put it back here. But Madam Speaker, I support parts of it. I support parts of it, and I've mentioned those parts. But I get the feeling, Madam Speaker, that this is more than just trying to have road safety. You're trying to get money off of people. It's intellectual laziness, if you ask me, rather than coming up with creative ways to raise revenue. You're targeting the poor people. The poor people who driving on the roads, Madam Speaker, can't even, some of them, you ever heard of them nowadays? When you wind down your window, you hear all kind of action outside, you think if it's your car, kata, kata, kata. Because the people in the vehicle getting mashed up on the road, they can't buy the parts with a vehicle, and you there got the police scooping them to charge them for everything. But at the committee stage that you get conscience back, and let us just look at those things that are important and give it a little chance until the economy turns around. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the territorial. Yes, I recognize the Premier.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker. I had to get up, Madam Speaker. I don't want the Minister for Communications to leave. I don't want you to go. Hang on just a few minutes. Just a few minutes. I got to go the same place you got to go. Don't go any place. Just a few minutes, Madam Speaker. I don't have much to say. What I have to say, Madam Speaker, can be summarized very concisely. Madam Speaker, we have a Minister of Communications and Works. He used to be the director at the DMV. I wish the leader of that position wouldn't go, but anyway.
Can't take it.
He used to be the director at the DMV. And, Madam Speaker, he wants to see the place function properly. He wants to see the place function properly. He wants to see the traffic function properly. And it can function properly, Madam Speaker. But you know the challenge that we have in the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker? The challenge we have in the Virgin Islands is politics. We have a challenge with politics. And sometimes we can't get things to function properly here because the only thing we could think about is votes. And who's going to get in power. That's the only thing that drives us, Madam Speaker. So we're going to excuse all the nonsense happening on the road because we don't want to offend a potential voter. What about the people who want to see the roads functioning properly, Madam Speaker? So we're going to come here because we have this lust for power. And instead of being able to look at a bill through the prism of what is right, the only way we could look at it is what is to my political advantage. Madam Speaker, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. And we'll never get anywhere like that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we do not collect $1 off of those fines, I'll be happy. If we don't collect $1 off those fines, I'll be happy. Because that means that people will respect the laws. And we encourage them not to respect the laws, Madam Speaker. So we have a bill here telling you, Madam Speaker, that we're going to put up the fine to a point that will make you think twice about what you're doing. You're there passing on a corner. Madam Speaker, you know the amount of people in the Virgin Islands who have lost loved ones because persons passed on a corner? You know the amount of people who've lost loved ones because you have somebody who's not authorized to drive and they're driving a vehicle? Madam Speaker, we have all types of persons taking license off of other persons' car, putting it on their car to commit crimes. And we are here saying that give the people a break. Madam Speaker, we must, in this house, encourage persons to do the right thing. Not just for what's politically expedient, because we'll never have a situation like Bermuda here if we take that mentality. We have to be able to have some principle. We have to be able to operate like statesmen and women in this house, Madam Speaker. Not just trying to turn everything into some kind of political battle to prove some argument because we want power. We are doing a disservice to the people of the Virgin Islands. We are doing a disservice. Ronnie would have never do that. But that's another story. That's another story, Madam Speaker. That's another story. But anyway, we'll have time to speak about that. But I would ask the opposition to question, really and truly, is this what you want to be known as politicians? I know my good friend over there is not like that. You're getting some bad company. One of my good friends not like that. He never used to think like that. but he has elected to follow a certain kind of leadership and a certain type of role model. Madam Speaker, we can do better. We can do better. I want to commend the Minister for Communications and Works for bringing this bill, because nobody likes when fines are put on them. But despite that, the Minister of Communications and Works is taking the responsible approach. He is doing what is responsible. And he's encouraging the persons, look, you have to do the right thing. You do the right thing, you don't have to worry about a fine. You don't have to worry about a fine if you do the right thing. Let's all practice some level of discipline. Let's encourage persons to have respect for law enforcement. I just went to Caracas in Jamaica, Madam Speaker, and I admired the way that the Prime Minister over there, Prime Minister Holness, has held a standard as it pertains to law enforcement. And guess what? The majority of the persons in Jamaica the majority of them are law-abiding citizens. They appreciate it. Why are we seeking to pander to persons who don't want to do the right thing? Encourage them to do the right thing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thought that the Honorable Hard Smith and Minister of Communications and Work did a good job of explaining what's in the bill. But Madam Speaker, I had to get up. I just had to get up. I could not allow that to stand, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have to do better. Every single bill have to be about politics. Everything got to be about travel and vibes card, every single thing. Madam Speaker, we can't just look at the bill and try to see what we can do right for the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I hope when we get in committee stage with the honorable member that normally he does take a different approach in committee stage. I have to say to you, Madam Speaker, but when when you see the Madam Speaker pound that gavel, lights, camera, action. So, Madam Speaker, again, I want to commend the Minister for bringing this bill and the technical people. A lot of these fines had not been amended in a very long time. And Madam Speaker, we do not have the type of discipline we need to have. And as a society, we need to practice more discipline. We need to do what is right. A lot of these offenses are very serious offenses, and the penalties must reflect that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Territorial at-Large member, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Madam Speaker, seems like everybody has to go.
All right, honorable members, we'll take a recess. I take it we'll take the lunch break now. Bear with me, just one moment. Just one moment.
112, no.
All right, well, we'll take the lunch break and return at 2:15 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. Yes, Honorable Skelton, you can continue. Yes.
So, the at-large junior minister was next. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contributions to the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. And Madam Speaker, we have a bill to amend the Road Traffic Act, revised edition 2013, to provide for the creation of new offenses and the increase in the penalties of existing offenses and for related matters. Madam Speaker, when I look at the substantive bill, it obviously looked like, Madam Speaker, that some of the provisions that were in this bill could not be properly interpreted. My mistake. So here we have the amendment to that bill. And Madam Speaker, some of the things that always bothered me, especially one, is if you commit an offense while driving a vehicle, a traffic violation, and you go to court, you have a criminal record, and it prohibits you from getting certain things when you have a criminal record. A simple thing as a passport, a driving violation will prohibit it. And Madam Speaker, I'm not talking off the top of my head. This is something I know, and I saw it being exercised. So, Madam Speaker, somewhere, wherever it is written, we need to make traffic violation a non-criminal offense. If there's one thing we should do is that. All of us is irrelevant in my mind. Because when you're going to prohibit someone from getting a passport of their country they're born because they have a criminal record based on a traffic violation, it's not right. It's inhumane and it's against human rights, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, during this exercise, I don't know if it's here, if it's written in this act, we need to make traffic violation. I'm not talking about a violation where you take a vehicle and use it as a gun. Like they see it in other places where you as a weapon, you drive it through a crowd of people. No, there are laws that are going to penalize you for that. Okay? So to say that is one of the rationale for leaving it a criminal offense is not right. Madam Speaker, we have to come to the point where fender benders, I run into you, you're back, I bent your fender, and we blocked the whole road and back up traffic to West End because you and I can't agree that we need to get off the road so that other people can go on their way. We have to find some way in this provision to make fender benders you don't have to call the police for stuff like this. If people can agree to exchange their insurance policies or And some of us will insure with the same people. So the same insurance company gonna pay you and gonna pay I. So Madam Speaker, if there's one thing we can do in 2025, another thing we can do in 2025 is to make this act modern, is to do things like this. Madam Speaker, it makes no sense for I accidentally run into your back. I did not cause any damage in terms of injuries to the driver or his passengers. I don't understand why we have to wait there until the police come to mark some lines in the road and measure with a tape. And we have to get more modern than this. Because we're not coming back to this act for the next, 20 years. So we need to do something. We need to do something that makes the act modern. And Madam Speaker, I plead with the minister and his colleagues to listen to some of us who know when TORTOLA had one or two vehicles. I can't fire back, you know. The school, yeah. We have come a long way, and don't wait for 20 years to change it, because we're going to be backup traffic and we're going to make it very uncomfortable to drive in the Virgin Islands. Okay? So we know that where this country is going in terms of transportation, even with public transportation, it's not going to make a great difference. So we need to put things in place where fender benders and those kind of stuff could easily be disposed of. Because even a fender bender, if you go to court and you prove that you were operating a motor vehicle without due care and attention, it's a criminal offense. And you have a problem in your later years. You know, Madam Speaker, I want to spend a little time on blackout. I know we all like blackout. Privacy is something that we all cherish. And when you're young, you would like to be totally blackout, so nobody can see you, and you can't see. Well, you can see, but nobody can see you. But I don't understand why rental cars needs to be blackout. Why? Is there a reason? Don't tell me about the air conditioning system. It's got to be illegal for rental cars to be blackout. And you're telling me about regulations, right? Regulations will never be made. And we, think about it and put something in the act that these stuff they have to be illegal. Madam Speaker, I understand that we have a lot of rental cars and they may be angry when I make this in, but in terms of safety, in terms of what has happened and what is happening in the country, we should prohibit rental car companies from blocking out their vehicles. Because that's what the criminals are using to commit whatever crime they want to commit. Now that they're not stealing private vehicles and doing the same thing. Madam Speaker, I know noise is another major issue in the Traffic Violation Act. Madam Speaker, we had a Noise Abatement Act that's supposed to go in tandem. Both the, what do you call it, the Tint Act. What was the official name? The tinting act, there was an act for tinting vehicles. It falls under this, okay. There was a provision for it. And the Noise Abatement Act, these things were supposed to go in tandem. And here it is, it seems like the people who are supposed to enforce these stuff, these provisions, are not enforcing them. So what do we do, and what can we do as legislators to have these things? Because noise is becoming a real issue. And even for the sick, when they're in their homes, in villages and so forth, noise doesn't seem to, the people who are making noise doesn't seem to have any respect for people in these positions. So we need to come up with some solution that can solve this problem. If it means that the police and whoever is supposed to enforce these provisions need equipment and stuff, I think that the time is here for us to do something about it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before you go to fees, there's some provision in the act that, and it happened when we were doing the amendment to the gun, firearms, and explosive act, where if you come into my house and I have teenagers or I have guests, and the guests have weapons or so forth, or whatever, guns, bullets, you have a warrant to come to search for these stuff. But you're going to lock up everybody in the house, and you know what you came to look for. I find that to be, too draconian. And if you have a warrant and you come for Betty because you understand Betty has weapons. Come and do what you have to do. But to come and lock up the grandparents, the parents, I think that's a bit unfair. And people living in homes, there's a lot of people live in these homes that they're scared of the kids, they're scared of they don't know what some of these people are doing it. And you were saying because I own the house, I shall go and search every room and search under every bed. I think it's a bit too much. And I look at this here, the principle in section 11 amended, 3. The principal act is amended in section 11 by inserting after subsection 1 the following. Subsection 1A. The register owner of a motor vehicle shall not permit any person to drive that motor vehicle on any road unless that person is the holder of a driver's license. And if that registered owner acts in contravention of this provision, of this section, he or she shall be guilty of an offense and under this act. It sounds simple, but it's not as simple as that. I could come and give you my vehicle, you show me a driver license, I probably pay due care and attention, and it's expired. It can be that your license was suspended. And there is a provision that people can come from overseas, and rent vehicles, or they come to family members, because they have a foreign license, they can get a temporary license to drive for 30 days, and the license is not good. But here you're saying that if I was the owner of the vehicle, I have a problem. I think it's a bit much in the world we're living in. It sounds simple. It sounds like the right thing to do. but innocent people will get caught up in this. And you're going to tell me, oh, if you're fighting to be innocent, the police will let you go after spending a lot of money to try to prove myself innocent. I think some of this needs to be looked at. Madam Speaker, I want to leave with the last part, the age. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I understand if somebody is showing some level of fragile, if somebody showing some level of dementia, can't remember whether they should drive up the road, go down the road. But to lump everybody, because they reach the age of 70 or 80, I think it's a bit unfair, and then put them through all this. I pass people on the highway in the United States. They're older than I was. And they're driving. What do they do? Do they discriminate against people like that? Madam Speaker, is 70, and I think how much I see none of them could drive. I don't want to say better, but wherever they can go, I can go. Whatever they can do, I can do. What you can do, ma'am, don't wait till you get 70 to say this is wrong, you know. It is wrong now, and when you get to that age, it will be wrong. Because it should be based on some level of something else, but to make everybody go through, it's not right. It's discrimination, and we should stop it. One of the richest men in the world, Warren Buffett, every time he's driving his pickup, wherever he's going, huh? They show him on television. You don't believe television anymore? But there are hundreds and thousands of people. You go to England, at least the Queen used to go on the road driving. But she used to be in a vehicle. I used to show you how driving, wherever she's going. It is true that she can't go where she wants because of her status. But Madam Speaker, we need to start thinking a bit differently than what we're trying to do here. I understand when it came into force, there were a couple drivers who were driving taxis. Yeah, that's a risk. You know, at my age, I wouldn't go try to drive a bulldozer or try to drive a concrete truck or that kind of stuff. I don't think, that's the right thing to do. But don't tell me I can't drive from home to Bobby's to the supermarket because I am 70 or 80. That's not right. We need to find a better way of dealing with the mischief we're trying to erase here. Not everybody needs to go, and you leave it to the discretion. You left it to the discretion of the head of DMV to do it? No. No, that is not right. That is not right. The individual, I get mine all the time if the individual is there. So, Madam Speaker, I don't agree with that. Can Madam Speaker, can the minister said to me, there was somebody drafting this law that only could understand 300% and higher? Every fee in this act, Madam Speaker, in this amendment, is at least 300% and higher. only 300% they're gonna come down to. After they reach 300%, they couldn't go any lower. But some of it is conflicting, because here you're gonna charge someone. If you by deleting the number 500 and substituting the 1500, and the amendment deals with, I don't know what 19 deals with. Madam Speaker, where do I look for that? All the numbers are like 300% increase. Every single number at minimum. Which one is true? 500 to 1500, 300%. 2500 to $25 to $75, it's 300%. No, you don't do mathematics there. You don't do mathematics there. So, Madam Speaker, I don't want to go as far as the leader opposition and say that some of them stuff, but here you're increasing things from $500 to $1,500, $250 to $1,000. But when you get to the bottom of this, where you got some other fees, where you have some other fees that to me are more dangerous. There's hardly an increase. I think, if the minister is open, we need to go through this and figure out, that some of these fees some need to come down and some needs to go up. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, motorcycles. 5 minutes up yet? Motorcycles. There is no doubt, and I must confess, after they fired me, I went out to walk. And I probably was the first person I brought into, after traveling the globe and seeing what motorcycles are being used for in other places, and where young people, instead of buying a $20,000, $25,000 or $30,000 car, and they just need to go to work, to school, they can use a motorbike responsibly to do these things. So I brought in the first 2 trailer load of motorbikes. I did it. Yes, I did it. That's why I'm going places you're not going. Because I confess. Yes. But my intention was to introduce a new mode of transportation that young people going to the college and they need to go to school and get back home, that they can use them. It was never the intention to use these stuff like how we use them. When you travel to places in Asia, you go to Phuket, you go to Indonesia, you go to Singapore, you go to Hong Kong. These modes of transportation, you see 4 or 5 people as a family using these stuff to go to where they have to go to. But here, and I got a little worried when parents, because I had a simple rule: if you're not 18 years, I am not selling you a motorbike. That was my simple rule. But parents came and buy them for a 16-year-old, 15-year-old. 16 years. That's what they did. And after that, I think I got out of the business because I don't want to be a part of something like that. But motorbikes definitely have, like everything else, there's good and bad in everything. And what they're being used for, in the majority of cases, is for bad. They're passing people on hills and blind corners, and I don't know what that's all about. I know we were young. The hole in my head, I went up a hill and the thing went into a rock wall. So when you're young, you do stupidness. But they need to learn from those who have gone doing stupidness and those who are still alive. But no one seems to be learning anything. And so motorbikes need some attention. And I don't know, I really don't know if what you have here could correct what is happening on the roads. I see the provision where they must stop at red lights. Violation, a fine of $750. I hope I call the right number. But you come to go through the red light, who's going to run along to catch you? There are no cameras, there's nothing, and you even can't identify them. So again, this is a provision, how it's going to be enforced. Something is, we say it's the youthfulness of the riders. But some, we need to get to them because they're killing themselves, they're damaging themselves, and they're going to be a ward of the state in years to come. You're going to have to pay to keep them and give them all the necessary provisions they need to survive in this country. So, Madam Speaker, was one of the provision. Madam Speaker, this provision here in Section 37 amended and Clause 15, the Principal Act is amended in Section 37. If the driver of a motor vehicle who is alleged to have committed an offense under the foregoing provisions of this Act and are required to give their name and so forth, and they're guilty of an offense. Number one, if this is a driver who doesn't have a driver's license, this driver needs to be arrested. This person needs to be arrested immediately. If this is a driver that have a valid driver license, I don't understand why we need to ask, what's your name? Will that be on the driver license? The names. Huh? But no, there's another provision down below. If you don't have a driver license, you got 24 hours in which to present it. Okay, so this here is stop someone for driving recklessly, however, they have a driver license. Can I have your driver license? They either have one or they don't have one. If you suspect they don't have a driver license, then they need to be arrested. So this provision here is a little confusing to me. And if you don't give it, it's just a $750 fine. Here is $750 for not doing something that you're supposed to do. But up above is $1,500 and that kind of stuff. So it needs the fines need to be better thought about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, In spite of this, I understand what the minister is trying to do. But I guess when we get in committee stage, we will address some of this stuff. And this stuff is not going to go easily. We're not going to be able to run through this overnight. You know, this thing needs some attention. Madam Speaker, again, I see provisions where concrete trucks are parked on sidewalks. No, give them tickets. Give them the biggest ticket you could find. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. Yeah, I'll deal with it. They're breaking up the sidewalks. They're inhibiting people from walking, and they have to walk on the road. It needs to stop. It needs to stop. I understand that we have put sidewalk in front of people's land, so there is no other way for the people to get inside if they're doing development, that the concrete truck got to go over the sidewalk. But what I understand that to mean is that an entrance will be created when the project is finished. I understand that. But we should not continue to allow these things to happen. And we're going to pass a law here. Who's going to enforce them? You know, who's going to enforce some of this stuff? Madam Speaker, the other part of this exercise is, I listened to the minister when he had the DMV here. He says, out of all equipment driving on the government road, only about 10% are licensed. All equipment. Yeah, I call big truck heavy equipment in case you don't know. Only 10% are licensed. That's dangerous. 10%? If that is true, we got a serious problem in this country. Madam Speaker, the other thing is the transportation of garbage and dumpsters and trucks. And there are provisions here for leaking material along the road, sand, gravel, so forth and so on. The driver goes to the sand heap, they load his truck, the tailgate is not sealed properly, he dumps things along the road. And I'm sure if he looks in his rearview mirror, he can see the stuff. Gravel, the same thing. You know, I don't have a problem with finding, but those open dumpsters transporting garbage to Coxie, to Parkwood Pond dump site, it needs some attention. And they're lost for it already. They should be covered, but they're not, Madam Speaker. So the fine for stuff like that seem to be kind of low if you want to prohibit it. But I wonder about fines, Madam Speaker, because when we passed the Firearm and Explosive Act, Deputy Premier, we put heavy fines for if you have a gun, 5 years in jail, or 7 years or something, 10 years. It was a heavy fine. And for every bullet in the gun was fine again. Was in addition to, but that didn't deter anything. So are we doing the same thing here again in this exercise? Are we doing it, or are we just trying to make ourselves happy? So I said we did something. We have to put the provisions in place to enforce this stuff. Otherwise, we're wasting our time. I see the dumpsters going on the road uncovered, and it is true. Some of the most people that drive these trucks now, they're young drivers. When I say young, they're in the 20s or early 30s, and the things are uncovered. So we need to enforce these stuff so we can make our country clean. Because I noticed, which is the right thing to do, that a lot of the dumpsters, the public dumpsters are disappearing because they're very unsightly. And the rodents and the people bring oil from wherever, the boats, and leave it there. And there's no place really to dispose of the oil. So and the more this is done, businesses gonna get dumpsters for their tenants. And these uncovered dumpsters going flying, especially on windy days, is not the right thing to do, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I hope when we get in committee stage, we can address some of these issues. The issue of, I don't know where they're going to send me, making traffic violation non-criminal offense, making rental vehicles not being able to tint their vehicles if they're using them for rental purposes. The noise, we have to address these if we intend to progress orderly as a society. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you for allowing me to make my contribution.
I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to look at the Principal Act by referring to the amendment, Section 45 amendment, Section 45 amended. Madam Speaker, it says, 23 says the Principal Act is amended in Section 45A, in subsection 1A, by inserting after the word drive, the words, or being the owner permit any other person to drive. And B says, by repealing subsection 3 and substituting the following. 3, the class of motor vehicles referred to in subsection 2 are A, an ambulance, B, a hearse used by a licensed funeral home, C, the official motor vehicle assigned by the government to 1, the governor, 2, members of the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, I want to go to talk about, this is dealing with tint, window tint. And then the at-large member just said that there was a law, a bill that was passed, not remembering the title of the bill, dealing with the tinting of vehicle glass. And I remember, Madam Speaker, and I think my memory would serve me correct, that members of the House of Assembly was exempt from any restrictions as far as tinting their windows are concerned. And they were allowed to do it without seeking permission from anyone. This piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, talks about, it says, if I look at the original bill, or not the original bill, but whatever the principal legislation, 45, prohibition as to the vehicle, as to the visible light transmission rating, 45. 2, 45.2, where for reasons of security or other good reasons, it becomes necessary for the glass of the windscreen or any window of a motor vehicle of a class specified in subsection 3 to have, by the application of a film, tint, or other obscuring device, a light visible transmission rating contrary to the provisions of subsection 1. The Commissioner of Motor Vehicles shall, with the approval of the Minister, issue a permit to allow the application of such film, tint, or other obscuring device. 3, the class of motor vehicle referred to in subsection 2R goes down to, it says ambulance, hearse, official motor vehicle, the governor, the members of the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, if my recollection is correct, and even if it isn't, I want to point out to section, section 82 of the Constitution on the privileges, immunities, and powers of the House of Assembly. It says the legislature may, by law, determine and regulate the privileges, immunities, and powers of the House of Assembly and of its members, but no such privileges, immunities, and powers shall exceed those of the Common House of Parliament. And asks, Madam Speaker, that reference to members of the House of Assembly be removed from this section, and that it be placed exactly where it belongs, where members of the House of Assembly are exempt from being subjected to such measures as far as tints are concerned. That's the way I know it to be. That's where I always thought it was. And I don't know where, for some reason, Madam Speaker, there is, I don't know what to call it. People, an inferiority complex when it comes to members of the House of Assembly and their rights and privileges. And members of the House of Assembly in general tend to feel that when it comes to ministers, there's another level of inferiority attached to that category of people. But they have to rise, members of the House of Assembly need to rise above themselves and realize that you're building a country and that the laws that you are following right now, or that the laws that we made, have been made years ago, centuries ago maybe, in other parts of the world. We're just catching up. And I don't think, Madam Speaker, that I need to speak anymore regarding that particular issue. I think we need to fix this. We need to take members of the House of Assembly out of these particular from among these other people, other persons, Madam Speaker, and give, just go back to the original, when the tint laws were just put in place. If you look for that legislation, you will see that what I'm saying is exactly what was the case. Madam Speaker, section 29, we're talking about inserting 57A. Section 29, inserting section 57A. The temporary use of a non-taxi cab registered motor vehicle as a taxi cab. It says, where a licensed taxi cab operator requires a temporary use of a motor vehicle license as a private, commercial, or rental motor vehicle as a taxi cab for the continuance of his or her taxi cab business operation, the licensed taxi cab operator shall apply in writing to the Commissioner of Motor Vehicle for an endorsement. Madam Speaker, this should not be the case. It should be writing to the Minister, Madam Speaker. The Minister, if the Minister has delegated such powers and authority to the Commissioner of Motor Vehicle, that's a different story. It's still right to the Minister, and the Commissioner will execute in accordance with that request. I think the Minister, I often say, Madam Speaker, that sanity is brought to legislation when it comes to the House of Assembly. It's not going to get the level of sanity that it requires unless it goes through the committee stage. First the debate and then the committee stage. And I think that this is where we need to come to grips with fixing the legislation. I have absolutely no issue, Madam Speaker, with the fees that are attached. Once I ask a police officer, well, people are riding motor scooters without helmets. He asked me, what's the use in tracking down an individual, putting your life at risk, over a $10 fine? If he's not wearing a helmet, I think the fine was some ridiculous fee of $10 or whatever the case might be. And then you go to court, you waste time in court. Pardon me? 50? And then you go to court, you waste your time in the court, and the magistrate or whomever just let the guy go. So you could have caused serious accident trying to track this guy down. And then it's $50 if you are lucky enough to get that. But Madam Speaker, more serious than that is one day I was sitting down by the waterfront where the ferries come in, sitting in a vehicle waiting for someone. And I saw someone pass up with a little child sitting in the front of the motor scooter. I said, wow, that is something, eh? Huh? Wow, even in the town they're doing this. And it wasn't long after, Madam Speaker, I saw someone pass up on a motor scooter with 2 children in the front. I said, well, this one takes a cake. I must be the only person in Tortola that is seeing this. But it's happening every day. You're talking about these motor scooters. They're passing you on the right, they're passing you on the left side. So you don't know which way to drive now. Sometimes you want to be a little ambitious and pass the guy ahead of you. But try it now. You try, you hear something right on your side, right side, what do you do? Zoom. So I didn't realize, Madam Speaker, that the person responsible for all this was sitting in the house. They said brought in 2 trailer loads. I was wondering. I wonder if he brought in an equivalent number of helmets. You sure they weren't construction hard hats? Helmets. Well, I could guarantee you those helmets are not being used. You better go buy them back and try to sell them again. They're not being used. But Madam Speaker, we have a serious problem. The leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, found a way to put some humor into these fees. He talked about getting money back to pay for something that the government paid for. I wonder if the leader of the opposition would prefer for us to make it, what do you call it, prison time, as opposed to dollar and cents. He wants prison fees attached to these things as opposed to dollars and cents. But he must be more concerned about him having to fork up the money for these people than the actual fee itself. I wonder what it is. No amount of money, Madam Speaker, no amount of money can be too much if we save one life. A gentleman I met in Stalking, he was telling me about his kids, and he was telling me how he was in Colombia. He just came back from Colombia. What were you doing there? He said, while his son was in the hospital, he kept seeing people coming, and they all had one thing in common. They had a missing leg. So the man asked him, well, why are you here? So I'm here with my son. What was he doing? Riding a scooter. He said, okay, so he must have lost his leg too, right? I said, yeah. What we don't know, Madam Speaker, is the dangers attached to what we perceive, what a lot of people perceive as fun. The ones you see on the road, Madam Speaker, are the ones we are trying to connect with are those who have already lost their leg, and also those who haven't done so as yet. We're trying to deter them with these fees. It's not a laughing matter, Madam Speaker. It's a sad commentary when you're talking about these rights. And the funny thing, Madam Speaker, I can relate to the guy who's riding a motor scooter. Well, not a scooter, I rode a bike, a motorcycle. Because when you get on a motorcycle, Madam Speaker, there's nothing like you. You're the king. You're a king. There's nothing you can't do on a motorcycle. So I got that feeling, like, what can I say to this guy? I could just say, listen, man, be careful. but I know how you feel. So, Madam Speaker, I empathize with the minister who is now responsible for the subject and is here being attacked here with the fees. But don't, Premier, what I said to you is, don't take any crap from anyone for this or anything like it. You're doing what you have to do at this particular time. And Minister, you too, for bringing this bill with the fees that you have attached to it. There are some people who will be thanking you for it. There's some people who will be criticizing you for it. But you're doing the right thing at this time, Madam Speaker. Section 51, Section 27, Madam Speaker. Section 27, the insertion of Section 51A. Prohibition on use. Section 28. 27. The Principal Act is amended in section by deleting the remarks 750 and substituting the remarks 2500. Okay, let's look at 28, Madam Speaker. The Principal Act is amended by inserting after section 51 the following new section: prohibition on use of colored emergency lights or sirens. Prohibition on the use of colored emergency lights or sirens. This provision, Madam Speaker, is a terrific addition to the bill, and I hope that it will be enforced. Madam Speaker, these things are being used. I don't know if the people who use them realize that they intimidate people. The intimidating factor they have. Yes, it's flashy, you might feel doing it, but what it does to the driver, most drivers, especially the older ones, it's intimidating. You imagine you pull up behind someone and you got these flashing lights. So, well, you don't have a siren, so I don't have to pull on the side so you can get by. But you're there with this thing. And one time I said to the minister, you need to do something about that. He said, it's in the law already. But I couldn't believe it. Now I see you addressing it here. It says, subject to subsection 2, no person shall have affixed to or use colored emergency lights or sirens on a motor vehicle or motorcycle. The following motor vehicles and motorcycles may use the specified colored emergency lights or sirens: A, ambulance, fire engine, truck, police, or law enforcement, motor vehicle or motorcycle, or a motor vehicle or motorcycle driven by a medical doctor, flashing blue light, white, red, or green lights combination with siren or flashing headlights, tow trucks, wreckers, construction vehicles. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure about tow trucks. Why does a tow truck need a flashing light? Excuse me? To be stopped by an accident. So you agree that they should have it. Should we put a provision in here that it should be used, under what condition it should be used, or just because if they have it, they're going to use it. A qualifier should be used, yes. Paramedics, yes, no problem there. Head of funeral procession, yeah. Drive a motor vehicle. Madam Speaker, the one that I would like to see in here as well is headlamps. Headlamps, Madam Speaker. Not the spotlight. Well, if it's in there, Minister, I'd like for you to point it out, because here's the thing. A lot of people stop driving at night. Half of wise people, they're not heroes, are pretending to be heroes. The one you see on the side of the road at night, The crash, they were trying to be heroes. Somebody run them off the road with their headlights. But we're not supposed to be trying to be heroes, Madam Speaker. We're supposed to be trying to make the road safe. And those headlamps that I see on the road, I would say it's over 60% of them, Madam Speaker. They're not helping. It's not my job, because I'm not in road traffic. I'm not the minister. I'm not working in that department or whatever the case is. But I think it's the job of the people in traffic to know what headlamps are safe and which ones are not, and to keep them off the road, Madam Speaker. I think it's their job. We don't pay taxes for nothing. We pay taxes for protection. We pay taxes for health care. We pay taxes for education. And that protection that I'm talking about is a serious one, Madam Speaker. I'm not of that age anymore, Madam Speaker, where I would be able to answer the question as to why people decide to subject the motoring public to such I don't know, I could call it abuse because it is. But when you change your headlamps to the kind of lights that I see on the road today, it's a statement you're making. It's intentional. And I can't tell you why it happened. They are as much road traffic terrorists as the guys who ride the motor scooter irresponsibly. Yes. Yes, Madam Speaker. If they are your children, they're the ones that pull up in the yard at night to go to bed, knowing full well that the headlights that they had on the vehicle wreak havoc on some people on their way home. But that is as much a menace to society as the noise that comes from scooters or whatever the case might be. So when you hear people talking about the noise from the scooters and all that, it's because they just heard it. But they're not talking about the headlights, because by the time they finish seeing the headlight, they would have gone to bed. They don't see it all day. But I'm telling you, if you speak to enough people, you'll hear them say, you'll hear enough of them say, they don't drive at night. And that is something you need to pay attention to. Minister, there is a situation where there are vehicles on the road without licenses, unlicensed vehicles on the road. I don't know how you can make legislation for those kind of vehicles, because if you're not licensed, I can't legislate for you. The only thing you can say that's driving on the road without proper license and registration is illegal. But who would you be talking to? I think that those roads out there belong to you. And the laws that you make has to cover every aspect of road traffic. Every aspect. On the roads, Madam Speaker, again, these are things that we have to make sure happens. If I'm coming to the House of Assembly from the roundabout, and I think that street is Fleming Street to get to here. All the lanes on that road are white, and it can't be, because the traffic is in two directions. And when you turn onto this street coming in here, all the lanes are white. It can't be, because you're driving in two directions. These are things that, as a minister, only you can direct your people to go and fix it. Else it will continue to be there for years. And it's confusing. It's confusing to people who expect to know that they're driving on a two-way street and that they're in the proper lane. Yeah, right here again, white. That one yellow? I can't see good. So maybe the ones I said white are yellow. That's what you're trying to tell me? I'll go to bed with you. The idea, again, Madam Speaker, is where we have the situation with the 80-year-old driver, 80 and up. I don't know why these guys in here worried about that. They're so far away from that you shouldn't have to think about it. Maybe they never get a chance to use it, but those people who are those people coming out of my area right now, I would have to say, Minister, it's a blessing that you would do something like that. But at the same time, it was done at the time it was done for a reason. I hope that don't be deterred by those who say that medical examinations are not unwarranted or draconian or whatever they might have called it, but they're necessary. Discriminatory or whatever, but it's necessary. That, and I don't think that anyone of that age will object or rationally object to having to present a medical certificate indicating that they are physically fit. Not leader of the opposition, leader of the opposition, you wouldn't know right now. You wouldn't know. Leader of the opposition, you wouldn't know right now. But necessary. You may have to change the constitution. But it's necessary, Madam Speaker. And I support the measures that are being taken at this time. And I think the minister should hold his position on it, unless a better argument comes up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Territorial at-Large Member, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to make my contribution to the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, this amendment represents a major step in restoring law and order in our streets. I repeat, this amendment represents a major step in restoring law and order to our streets. The peace and the tranquility that the British Virgin Islands has been known for, this is a major step in its restoration. Madam Speaker, in relation to the fees about which there has been a lot of talk, the Premier spoke eloquently about the importance of doing what is right and putting good laws above politics with a small p. The only thing I want to add in relation to the fees is that the last time these fees were increased, as far as I know, was 34 years ago. 34 years ago. So whether it's 300% or whatever, those fees need to be raised substantially and not in relation to raising fees to strengthen government's coffers as far as I know. Madam Speaker, the matter of enforcement is a critical one to which I will return because no matter how good the laws that we pass are, unless there is enforcement, the laws are of no meaning. Madam Speaker, I too welcome Section 5, the change to 5, the requirements for drivers 80 years and older. And I do not see it as any discrimination on the basis of age. And it is perhaps because I too am approaching the 80-year period, but I think it's welcome, I know it's welcome, and people
will welcome this change to this act. Madam Speaker, we know that health and longevity of life in the last 10 or 15 years have improved significantly, and that people are living longer and longer. And we all know of people who, at the ripe old age of nearly 100, are still driving. So I too welcome this change. And the fact that at 80, you can be granted a license for 3 years. I welcome the increases, as I said before, in penalties for reckless driving. We should not, as members of this House, be encouraging people to break the laws. The penalties I see as a deterrent to breaking the law. Madam Speaker, if I look at, I think it's clause 30, AK, the crosswalks, we know of people, I know of at least one person who lost his life because drivers or a driver ignored a crosswalk. And we know of many people who have been injured because when you cross, it's as though the drivers are doing you a favor instead of the other way around. And so I am very happy that this section of the law is being enforced with increased penalties. I'm not too clear about clause 14, which talks about speed trials on roads, but I'm sure that during the committee stage that would be clarified. The Deputy Premier spoke about section 19, I think it's section 19, and riding a motorcycle without a helmet. And I'm glad that he mentioned the fact that people are now taking children, babies, 1 and 2 years old, on motorcycles, on our roads, and people pass them, or the law enforcement officers pass them, and it is no problem. I am very happy that this law will fix that. Madam Speaker, I want to turn to clause 22A. I think it's that one. In fact, sorry, it's not 22A. It's 44. 44 in relation to motorbikes. I think that's what it is. You bear with me for a second, Madam Speaker. Oh. Miscellaneous offenses. Motorcycles. It's 44A. And Madam Speaker, I think it bears reading them out for the public. Every person, I'm not reading them all out, just a few that stand out for me. Every person who uses or permits the use of a motorcycle on a road to which is affixed a defaced or altered license plate, uses or permits the use of a license plate upon a motorcycle to which the license plate has not been assigned, rides or permits to be ridden a motorcycle on a road in a defective condition as regards its mechanical fittings as to endanger its driver or the one additional person on the motorcycle or any other person using the road, uses a motorcycle that causes a loud noise or evicts sparks or excessive smoke that would cause annoyance to the public. Every person who contravenes any provision of this section shall, on summary conviction, be liable to a fine not exceeding $750 or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months, or to both such fine and imprisonment. I thought it necessary to read that out, Madam Speaker, because it is very important that persons be forewarned of the amendment and what it could mean for them. Madam Speaker, I mentioned enforcement, and I have to speak to it in more depth. Madam Speaker, after 9 o'clock, and I'm speaking about Road Town where I live. After 9 o'clock, in fact, sometimes before, Road Town becomes a race course for motorbikes especially. There are no police officers, or very few police officers in evidence, although there are cameras, I know. So how would these offenders be stopped, and especially late at night after 9 o'clock? How would these offenders be stopped? I hope that during the committee stage, we can address matters such as this, or we would have a beautiful law with no enforcement. I recall, Madam Speaker, the former commissioner and I having, for months, an argument back and forth about enforcement. In his view, we had to prove that there was a certain, a decibel level of noise before you can go to court. And even though I would go outside and he would hear the sound, he would say that that was not sufficient. So I am more than thrilled to see that there is an easier way out with this law. The Deputy Premier mentioned the lights problem. Blue lights flash back and forth on these motorbikes, and I'm happy to see that with this amendment, that will no longer be the case. What I'd like to see, Madam Speaker, and perhaps it's covered in noise, is an end to the huge, loud boom boxes that are now no longer placed inside the car, but in the windows outside the car from 5:30 in the morning or earlier until late at night. I don't know where the practice has arisen from, but I hope that it can be stopped. It is wrong. As has been said, there are people who are ill. There are even people who want to enjoy the peace of their homes, and they cannot because of this increased noise and what seems to be the loss of law and order in the territory as far as our roads are concerned. Madam Speaker, another thing that I hope, or we may be able to discuss, at the committee stage, is the issue of transfer of licenses. Why is it that if, for example, I'm a person from France or the United States or anywhere else in the world, when I come to the BVI, I have to go through the stages of a test, a written test. I have to then go through the stage of a practical test. I know some countries require it, but most countries do not require it. And it seems to be counterproductive And it is, in fact, an irritant to many persons, and I hope that we will consider removing that as well. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the committee stage when we will be able to go through a number of these areas, and as I said at the beginning, we will be able to bring into effect an amendment that will cause the transformation of law and order in our streets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity for me to make my contribution to the Virgin Islands Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, when I read the bill at a glance, and I also looked at, first of all, I want to say that I agree that we have to find ways to make the roads of the Virgin Islands safer. And whatever deterrent, whatever we need to do, we need to find a way to make the roads safer. And enforcement is a critical component of safer roads. But, Madam Speaker, when I look at the initial fines from the Substantive Act and where we've gone, some 200+%, we were saying 300%, but it's correct, 200+% in some instances, increase. I initially thought that we're moving from borderline excessive from a point of preventative measures, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had a subsequent conversation in terms of with persons who have to enforce these particular pieces of legislation and how they, and historically, how they've handled the enforcement of these pieces of legislation. And what I learned is that in many instances, the extended fine is reserved for the most egregious offenders. Persons who have operated recklessly and continuously operate recklessly in disobeying the rules and disobeying the laws of the land, in addition to persons who operate in a way that endanger the lives of the citizen as well. So I sort of sympathize in terms of where we're going and the level of deterrent that's necessary in some of these instances. But it also requires an enforcement arm, in which I have confidence in the current enforcement arm and the team at the Magistrate Court to use good judgment. And we should always hope that they exercise good judgment in applying these measures, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I have a bigger problem, and I dug further in terms of how often are we actually really enforcing the traffic laws of the land? How is the police working to ensure that persons who violate these particular laws are brought before the courts or brought before in terms of their violations, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I was shocked. In a 1-week period, I was advised that over 150 offenses, ticketable offenses, were issued in a week. Madam Speaker, 150. Madam Speaker, what that suggests to me, I don't think every man in the Virgin Islands that drives a car is just out there trying to break the laws, the traffic laws of the territory. It says to me there's a serious need for education on these traffic offenses for a lot of those individuals who find themselves run afoul of the law. And when I read these offenses, all of us, Madam Speaker, as they say, ignorance is no excuse of the law. But when you read the offenses, all of us on a daily basis, I'm sure, have been breaking the laws of the land. We all drive us over the sidewalks to get to this other side of the road. We all do all these things that we see here listed. We just don't get caught. But it means that we need to have an education campaign, Madam Speaker, in terms of what the law says in terms of these traffic offenses, particularly with the increases that we're seeing now. I think some of the fines, in fact, should go towards education of the public as it relates to the offenses, the implications, and how they're impacting the motoring public. Because this is a law that impacts the over 10,000 plus cars that we have on the street, Madam Minister. It's over 10,000, right? Called number of registered vehicles. Over 20,000. Well, almost 20,000 registered vehicles that are on the streets of the Virgin Islands. That means it impacts almost every household in this territory. And requires for us to have an extensive education campaign on the implication of these laws and these provisions in this act. Madam Speaker, I'm going to take some time, not too much time, Madam Speaker, to speak on some very specific areas in the bill that I believe that we need to pay attention to and look a deeper dive when we go to the committee stage of this exercise. I think I too believe, like some of the members that spoke before me, that Section 18A is in fact discriminatory. I believe that we have to look at how we could qualify the approach as being suggested in the bill. I would love to see, Madam Speaker, when the officers come before us, the statistics in terms of persons between the ages of 70 and 80 that get into road traffic accidents. I would love to see that statistics in terms of the number of traffic accidents and see how many of those persons actually are in motor vehicle accidents. The driving, look, you driving, the member to my left driving, the member behind you driving. Well, I say between 70 to 80, Madam Speaker. So we have to look at and qualify the rationale for doing some of the things that we're doing. I think that's an opportunity for us to really dig in deeper and find different approaches to do this. And I was happy to learn, Madam Speaker, that there's an express line at the DMV for these good people who reach this age range. And I so hope that one day I would endeavor to reach. I had a member saying none of us might not reach there. The member for, I wouldn't call her name. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. Madam Speaker. But I think that we have to look at a different approach. I think the express line is a good option, and it's for the Sister Island persons as well who come to the DMV. I want to commend the director for ensuring that those things are in place to support our seniors and support those persons who are so fortunate to reach a promise, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, I want to touch on section, a second, Madam Speaker. Section 29. The section that speaks, 57A, that speaks to giving persons temporary permission to use their private vehicles as taxi. Madam Speaker, I agree with this provision as well, but I don't think I agree with the approach that's exercised or outlined in the bill. I think there's an entity, a legal entity that established a deal with taxis and delivery commission. I think that entity should be the entity. I think that entity should be the entity that the request goes to. And through the advice of my colleague to my left, the minister should have the ability to also override or make a decision contrary if the taxi levy commission says they don't agree or agree. The minister might have further information that they might need to override. Whatever the process is, I think we need to look at it deeper in the committee stages, but I don't believe that the DMV is the right place for it. I think the Taxing Levy Commission, who has the legal remit, should be the agency responsible for handling this aspect of it. And we could debate the details of it on the committee stages in terms of legality and how it should be approached, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I agree with members that spoke before me in terms of some of the provisions on the 64 amended 31N that speaks to the issue of loose materials. This is a big issue, Madam Speaker, particularly that hill there by Sophie Bay, coming up there by Sophie Bay. We have seen countless times there's either sand that has been left on the road and person have gotten in accidents, oil spill, vehicles have dropped alcohol and other materials, the concrete, and all those different materials that have dropped on that road, creating a very dangerous situation for us in this territory, traversing through the flat, as they call it, coming through Brandywine Bay, coming to the east. Madam Speaker, I agree that this has to be looked at, and I believe the fine should be even more excessive in this case because of the serious nature of the offense and the potential damage to innocent bystanders who might be unaware that gravel has fell on the road, sand might have been falling on the road, it might rain, and create a real dangerous situation for persons traversing the eastern end of the island, Madam Speaker. As I said, the issue of parking on sidewalks and on pavements, again, something that I certainly agree with and a challenge. As we got the issue T2U that speaks to riding without a helmet, that goes without saying, Madam Speaker. We see the bills, the NHI was here with us during standing finance, and the bills that they have to pay for accidents of persons who might not be insured, but they still have to cover those individuals who have to flag sometimes $500,000 the NHI has to pay for motorcycle victims. Now we have to continue to call NHI to help sanction some of these families who can't afford to pay after the accidents. So we need to ensure, Madam Speaker, that that provision is enforced. The challenge is how you enforce it. Do you chase somebody down that you don't see with a helmet? Do we use technology? We have a situation now where we've got cameras all over the territory. How can we tap into those systems to ensure that we accurately track down who those individuals are, ensure that every bike has a RFD system in place that we could track where the bike are, who's the owner of the bike. Those are things that we have to look at in terms of deploying technology in a more effective way to capture persons who continue to break the law in this space. I think the most vexing one to me, one of the most vexing one to me, is you. Throwing an object for a moving vehicle. And I think I believe this is too low. I say it's too often you see persons just indiscriminately just take their garbage and just throw it in the bush in and around our communities, Madam Speaker. Deliberately, not because they forgot it on the top of the car, they literally take it and just throw the trash out from in their cars in the streets of the Virgin Islands. Last week, we were seeing this even more now that we've been, for the first quarter of this year, aggressively attacking the whole issue of bush cutting. When you clean some areas and you see the buildup of waste over time, that person have just been throwing their garbage in the guts, in the streams, but in all of these communities, and a fine of $175 is not sufficient for something like this, Madam Speaker. And we have to find ways to ensure that we really use this as a real deterrent since the level of indiscriminate dumping through our territory, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, AC, making a prohibitive left turn 125. Madam Speaker, I'm a little in between with this one, Madam Speaker. We're saying that we're trying to comply with international best standards and best practice. You go to the U.S., most of us drive in the U.S. You can drive, you could turn left on a red light once it's clear. You could the yellow says proceed with caution, but in BVI, in the U.S. is right, but in BVI it should be left on the red. The yellow light says drive with caution, and BVI says stop. Yeah, the yellow light says stop. The law says that you stop on yellow, but we proceed, and that's an offense. If you drive, it has a clear way, even though it's yellow, you will get a ticket if the police find you going through a yellow caution light. So those are things, Madam Speaker, that I think we need to really look at. What is the international standard for dealing with those type of issues, particularly around stoplights. For instance, and there's a big debate in social media about this. Right there, clear turn on the left where you could go east. If the light is red and there's nobody coming, you turn left and you go east. So, what I'm saying is we need to look at it, because that's a safe area that you could turn left if we're following international standards. Right now, the law doesn't allow for it. And that's something that we need to look at in terms of what international standards suggest that we should do, in terms like that. I'm talking about I'm talking not from the Morris, I'm talking about over at the sports club, going east by Patsy, from Patsy. Madam Speaker. So those are areas that we need to look at, that we could find ways to ensure that we make the traffic flow even smoother. Particularly late at night, if you're out late, turn on left, it shouldn't be penalized for that. So, Madam Speaker, I think that's one area, and I try not to lead you not to temptation, because temptation is sin. As per the section 8D, Madam Speaker, that speaks to the use of video television screens or video display instruments in contravention of the Act. That's because most motor vehicles now come with LED screens in the front of the cars, and they're being built that way. Are we criminalizing persons for buying new cars now? So if a person buy a car that has a built-in LED or LCD screen in the front, do they have to take them out? Do they have to keep them off? I mean, what are we saying here, Madam Speaker? I think we have to think about this a little better, a little deeper, to see if persons modify the cars to add these additional screens that we see from the roof, additional screens in the back of the seat, and those kind of things. And in the back of the seat, the driver can't see those screens. But I think we need to think about this one and see where we can make some adjustments, have a qualifier, particularly for those modern vehicles that are being purchased now that comes with those LED screens built in the front of the car. Madam Speaker. That's one that speaks to the transportation of flatbed heavy equipment during the road town area, Madam Speaker. That's where we need to consider this one extended throughout, Madam Speaker, and have those vehicles moved at certain times. It's very dangerous to move those vehicles in times where you have rush hour, persons leaving from town going to the east. We've seen going up through your district minister, through Scott, there was one that fell off a flatbed and fell in the road. God forbid no one was behind of it at the time, and no one was injured. So we have to find ways to ensure that the movement of those vehicles happen in a time when there's not a high traffic time, where persons are on the road driving and it don't create a situation where person's life could be at risk because they're behind one of those heavy equipment. And I think the persons who own this equipment would understand, because we have to put the safety of the citizens as well in consideration in situations like this. So this is something I would think we need to look at. We can find ways where we can extend it beyond the road town area, in areas where we can, particularly going up hills, going east, in those areas, it could be very dangerous for persons traversing in this. I remember, and this wasn't even heavy equipment. Afternoon, somebody was pulling a car, going up through Fort Hill, going up by Matcha, going up that hill there. And Fort Hill, and the car got away. Came back down in traffic. The person going home. Luckily, nobody was seriously injured. Cars were damaged, but nobody was seriously injured. Imagine that was an excavator, or that was a heavy equipment that came back down that hill with all those persons coming up that hill at that through a high traffic area at a time of the day. So those are area things, Madam Speaker, that we need to consider. We need to look at the adjustments and potentially make adjustments where it's necessary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think that's the extent, except for the issue of noise and loud motorbikes, cars, etc. Madam Speaker, there's I don't know if it's a new phenomenon, But no, Madam Speaker, everybody seems to have this whole issue with the sets and the music that are being played in the parking lots all through the territory, all over the day, blasting music throughout the communities, Madam Speaker. You're in church on Sunday and they're passing the church, they wouldn't even consider to turn on the radio until they pass, Madam Speaker. Yes, I agree that you have some amendments here in this, Minister, but we have to ensure that the Noise Abatement Act is enforced. Whatever penalty that we need to increase to ensure that the Noise Abatement Act is adhered to, is a serious nuisance to the communities in which persons live. And there was a time where there's a lady that lived in Huntington, I believe she moved by now, Minister, that she used to record the noise that she had to endure on a Sunday afternoon. And she just used to record it and send it to me. Record it and send it to me in terms of, she hasn't sent it in a while, so I believe she moved, that she experienced constantly, a constant noise. When it's not music, it's motorbikes, it's this, it's that, the other. We have to do better, Madam Speaker, and persons have to respect the laws of the land. And if persons are not respecting the law of the land, we have to ensure that our enforcement mechanisms are strong to ensure that there's some real deterrent. I don't think the fine in here right now is a strong enough deterrent for the level of nuisance, something I would give to, and it has been exercising to persons who are impacted by this noise in the community. Some of us are fortunate to live in places where we don't have this noise. But persons who live close to the roadways, persons who live in communities like mine that are big communities, and persons who are close to the road, they deal with this on a constant, on a non-stop basis. And I only can imagine the frustration that persons are experiencing with this. So we have to find a way to ensure this aspect of the law is enforced and the fines are enough of a deterrent to get persons to control the noise levels and to control these loud. There's a time and place for these things. And when you have events and you have things to do, it's fine. But you cannot be on a constant basis just blaring music throughout the communities and throughout the town. You know, it's really unnecessary, and it's something we have to put a stop to. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the discussion in the committee stage, as the member, territorial member, large member mentioned. I think we'll have to take our time with this one and really go through this very extensively. I also support his comment in terms of decriminalizing some of these traffic offenses, and the implication for having them criminalized are far-reaching. And I also support a way for us to look at that in the committee stage to see how we could decriminalize some of these offenses, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to give my contribution.
Thank you. I recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make my contribution to this debate. And I would say, Madam Speaker, based on the input from members here today, I would say it's a good thing that we are bringing this measure to the House. Because in addition to the particular items listed and addressed in the legislation, there are some other areas that have been pointed out that perhaps should be considered, whether in this setting, hopefully, during the committee stage, that were not necessarily envisaged at the time that the bill was brought. I do want to commend my colleague, the Minister for Communication, and his team for bringing this measure before the House, because there are a number of things that certainly need attention. It has been said often this afternoon, I guess on both sides, as to the aims and objectives of the penalties, but I think we can all agree that the penalties that were in place for so many years, Madam Speaker, have certainly ran their course. Their purpose in serving as a deterrent at the levels which they were not effective anymore. there were measures that and fee levels that persons could simply say, I'll pay that and I'll pay it again. This level of penalties will hopefully at least cause some to think a little bit deeper when they bring these measures out. The member that spoke before me from the 8th mentioned of his illumination with respect to the fines not necessarily being given at the highest level the first time, but progressively the option is there to increase it based on repeat offenders. And I think it's suitable, especially taken in that light, to see that the upper level is something that would at least catch persons' attention. A number of things have been said that I support, and one of them relates to the question of driver education from the persons who are initially driving in the territory, obtaining their driver's license. In some countries, some persons do it as a part of the school program. I don't know that it has been introduced here in that way as yet, but it's something that we should consider, because I too believe, like the Premier, that in spite of what has been said by others, that the ideal situation is that we don't collect any of this money, because all drivers are in compliance with the law. So we're not trying to set it up to cause people to violate the law and get their money, but in fact, the more that we can do as far as driver in education, driver encouragement, and I have seen some social media postings from time to time, especially when there are changes in the in road configuration. I've seen those efforts where they've tried to educate the public so that the public does not fall on the wrong side of the law, because the aim is not that the case. The aim is that we should try to encourage persons as best as possible to follow the law and ensure safe driving for all of us. And as I have suggested more education for drivers, in bringing this legislation into effect, Madam Speaker, I hope that there are plans for further education and updating for the enforcement officers, the police officers who will be required to enforce these measures. There are many things that are new, and we sometimes are concerned that some officers seem to extend themselves a little bit more than they should, and we want to make sure that they are fully aware of the requirements of the law and fully aware as far as conducting themselves with the public. Now, Madam Speaker, a lot of the veteran officers, some retired, would oftentimes speak of their discretion, that the discretion that they would have used in dealing with members of the public with respect to some offenses. And even as has been pointed out, that these offenses are potentially criminal offenses. And you found that many of the veteran officers, because of their relations with the public, would find ways to deal with individuals to discourage them from breaking the law, but to abide by the statutes as listed and passed in the territory. So I encourage the department, I encourage the Royal Vigilance Police Force to ensure that there is education also for the officers who would be required to enforce the law, to make sure that it's done properly. Madam Speaker, there are a few areas that I'll just mention that I think I'll just briefly mention that I thought were good additions. Certainly, as relates to motorcycles, as has been said, when our acts were put in place, they would not have been as prevalent as they are now. And there is the need for for greater attention to them. And when I say greater attention to them, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the riders know their responsibilities, but also to, when we're dealing with this law, riders also, and drivers must also know their rights, because there may be rights, there are rights associated with them as well, and they should be well aware of those. But we have seen, as had been said this afternoon, we have seen what I would consider to be reckless behavior. The examples given with respect to especially young children on motorbikes, mostly without helmets, and so on, are certainly something that should be discouraged or ensure that it's done in a safe manner. As the at-large member from McNamara has said, yeah, one has another title. With respect to as a use as for family transportation, you know, and I've seen it in my district. I've seen father, mother, child on a bike, and in my view, based on the pace that they were going, it seems like somebody was riding thinking that my family is on this bike and I must ride it in a particular way to ensure their safety. So we make sure that the laws are there to encourage people to use vehicles and use them, the motor vehicles and motorcycles, and use them safely. Must educate both, I emphasize, both the rider and the officers providing. And the popular section of the day, I'll make a brief comment on it, Madam Speaker, in honor of my colleagues who are between that, approaching that. Let's call them Section 18, Madam Speaker. Section 18 speaks to the age of persons, and so the Section 18 members in the House, members, Madam Speaker, I do think it a good thing, because we realize, Madam Speaker, that the not 8, that the age, the age by mortality age is increasing, and more people are more competent at an older age. The things that there were times when the person was 70 or 80 would do, you'd be surprised all the things that those individuals are doing, and doing very, very well. So the provision that is there that allows for a longer period for a license to be issued, I think is an excellent one. And given that also in the original law, there are provisions also for revocation, so that if certain things become apparent with respect to anyone, it does not speak only to the persons in particular age categories, but it speaks with respect to anyone. If there are reasons as to why a license should be revoked, there are provisions from that. So I think it's entirely appropriate that persons be given that opportunity for a longer issue period. Madam Speaker, in Section 11, I have not heard it mentioned much this afternoon, but I thought it was a good provision. It says, the registered owner of a motor vehicle shall not permit any person to drive that vehicle on any road unless that person is the holder of a driver's license, and if the registered owner acts in contravention of provision of this section, he or she shall be guilty of an offense under this act. It's a little bit onerous because sometimes you're in circumstances and you don't always know what's happening even with your own vehicle. But I think it is needed to cause persons to be more responsible. Because, Madam Speaker, sometimes I've seen persons, youngsters down the road in their parents' vehicle or their uncle's vehicle, and those persons are aware that access to the vehicle could have been possible, but did not take necessary precaution to ensure that. And Madam Speaker, the reason why it's important is because you'd never know. That may be the day when that person who has not yet gone through any sort of driver education, that person who has not done the test and all the rigor that ensures that you're suitable for the road, may cause even the death of someone else. They may be saddened by it, they may be regretful of it, but at the end of the day, they cannot bring back the person if that resulted in death or even paralysis. You cannot bring it back. Madam Speaker, I think that provision that puts more responsibility on persons ensuring who is on the road is an appropriate one. There'll certainly be a lot of work for us to do in the committee stages because there is some fine-tuning that could be done here and there. I've mentioned again the need and my agreement with the fees in general, but maybe there are some one or two here to pick out that we can take a look at in committee stage. And Madam Speaker, I would close by supporting some of the areas that some members also mentioned. The whole question of those outward-facing speakers. Madam Speaker, I too, like many of us, are since entirely annoyed by them. Where my house is, they drive past and I'm like, well, what's the use and purpose of taking a speaker? You are inside the car and the speaker is facing away from you. It could be not for your own entertainment, but just somehow for your ego. Madam Speaker, I think we need to be very precise in ensuring that that type of thing is not allowed on our roads. I also believe, Madam Speaker, that the question of tint on rental vehicles should be addressed. If there are circumstances in which rental vehicles are to be used as what the category is of armored vehicles, which is categorized where tint is one of the things that might make a civilian armored vehicles. We can have, whether we can have special provisions for that, possibly, or any exemptions, but generally, I do not think that rental vehicles, there's no reason that rental vehicles should be tinted, and as we have seen in the past, they have been used for, the tint have been used for nefarious purposes, and we are not to do so. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to the conversation in the committee stage as we once again work together as a team under the absence of the camera and lights to ensure that the best possible bill is brought to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too thank you for the opportunity to say a few things about this bill. Madam Speaker, all of us in here drive. Every single one of us drive. So this bill touches something that affects us all. Some drive more than others. This Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. And I know the focus has been on the increase in fees. And Madam Speaker, unlike what members may make the public want to fee, the intent of this bill was not to punish anyone by putting any financial burden. Hopefully no one has to get any fines in here. But these fines are to act more as a deterrent because of the safety concerns all of us see happening on the road. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be rather brief because most things have already been ventilated. But I'll start with section 18 because this was very dear to one of my constituents who battled with the ministry for a while. For a while, the Minister of Communications attested to that because she was over 80 and didn't think she needed to do any medical test. And all she wanted to do was get a 3-year driver's license, as opposed to coming every single year since 80. And it was said some people are driving at longer ages. In my district, one driver was driving up to 101, a stick shift. She only stopped driving, must have been 2 years ago, she was 102, making 104 this year. And I bet she can still drive. She has chosen not to. And the question was raised earlier, how many accidents over there involve persons in this age group versus the younger ones. And I was hastened to guess that most accidents are with younger persons. Because these older persons are the ones you see usually holding up traffic because they drive very cautiously. They drive very cautiously. Because me ain't trying to get nothing with nobody. But the point that was made, and I think it's a valid point, that to point out 80 years could be seen as discriminatory. Because I believe the concern here is the person's physical ability to actually operate a vehicle, I think would be the concern. Is your balance good? Is your hearing good? And so forth. But that could apply to anybody. These things don't select old age alone. They can apply to any single person. So the concern, I think, should apply across the board. That anybody who is given a license should be physically tested to make sure you are physically able to go on the road. I remember when I was going to the UK to do my master's, they made me do a full physical, and I asked them why. And they said to me, the UK has a harsh climate that you are not used to. You want to make sure you can handle a UK climate, which I thought was fair. So all we want to make sure here is that these persons, anybody on the road, is fit to be on the road. But the sad point, on certain age groups, it could come across as discriminatory. But it's simply a safety mechanism. And Madam Speaker, this here also saves the government a lot of money. If you buy a 1-year driver's license versus a 3-year, it costs more to the government to review somebody every single year. It's much cheaper to give you a 3-year than 3 1-years. I've checked the mathematics. When you give me a license every year, you're doing a lot more work for a lot less money. The material and time. You're doing the same thing 3 times as opposed to once. So by adding this here, you're actually saving the government quite a bit of money. I don't have the exact figure here, but I did check it one time. You're saving money by letting persons in this group, and this number is increasing persons in this section 18 category. Those numbers are growing. So you're actually saving a lot of money by doing this here. The other section, Madam Speaker, that I'll touch on briefly is the topic of motorcycle, again, which has been an emotional topic for all of us because of all the concerns of motorcycles. Not only the noise they make, which is a nuisance, but also the safety issue. When all of us watch TV and we see what people do with motorcycles, hijacking and this and that. I remember one night I was driving going up Port Hill after house, and all of a sudden right beside me is a motorcycle. I almost froze because I wasn't sure if the person was coming to attack me or not. The person appeared right at my side in the night. I was quite scared. But Madam Speaker, I didn't see it here, and I know the Minister of Education would agree with me, for us to consider increasing the age of the motorcycle drivers. I think right now, as low as 15 or 16 persons can get a motorcycle license, or their parents, for all kind of reasons, may allow their children to ride to school or to do certain errands. But Madam Speaker, what we have seen is most of the accidents are with these same persons who are under 18. And we know under 18, they're now the state's responsibility. And each accident, each one, can cost the government hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think it starts around $200,000. Each time you see a guy on a cycle there mash up, just come $200,000 because that's where it starts. Depending on what's involved, it starts at $200,000. So if you had 10 of them there, do the math. It costs the government millions. Millions for these, and they're up mainly young persons. And when they lose limbs, we see a lot of persons here, not only have we lost the money, we've lost the productivity of that person who could have been a full-bodied adult produced in this country. That person could be severely limited now in what they can do for this country in their adulthood. So we've lost productivity and we have lost money. And while we're in the issue of noise, because we are affected by this noise thing, I always ask persons to be considerate of other persons when you are producing noise. I too have been in church, had to leave church and go outside and say, well, Jesus and bread, it is Sunday, give us a break now. I just let church finish at 12 o'clock in the morning, then you could start. 10 o'clock in the morning, right next to a church. So there's no consideration of these persons. Sunday night, all hours of the night, Saturday night, every day of the week, some person wants to have noise. Now, I know that there are times when there are reasons to celebrate, but like somebody said, there's a time and a place for everything. Be considerate. Most persons just want, they've been working hard, they want to rest. If something go to the beach to relax, and somebody on the beach with a boom box. These cars, all the speakers turn. Also inside, they're barely hearing anything. But you on the outside. And I always joke about it. I always tell my wife, the reason why the person is playing the music like that is because they know you don't know good music, and they want to share their good music with you. That's why they play this music so loud, sharing their joy with you. But I just want them to be, just be considerate of other persons, be considerate of the churches. I mean, they have no regard. They have no regard at all. Any day of the week, and sometimes then they start racing sometimes. 3 and 4 of them, going side by side around these corners. I've seen it. I've seen it in my district, and I've seen it everywhere I've gone. And then the one I really like, but I agree with the member for the 8th, because we see the same problem. M64M. Transporting improperly secured loose material. We've all seen this. I remember for the 3rd one time, tried to find a police. He drove behind a truck carrying stones with no tailgate. They could have followed so easily. And he drove trying to find a police to stop the truck, and he couldn't find a police anywhere at that point in time. Yeah, set it in the house. Remember for the 3rd, set it in the house. It's on record. That he tried to find a police everywhere, because you drove behind the truck trying to find a police. And we've all seen this.
There was a vehicle between me and the truck.
I speak, I see it all the time. These guys bring in gravel, they bring in sand, and the next morning, it's all over the road. The dumping version, that is up on a hill. We all see these trucks going to the dump with no cover on. Half the garbage is on the road by the time they get to the dump. Same thing, going to Parkwood Pond, no cover. By the time you get half of the garbage is on the road. Then you see the place looks so nasty. Just put your screen on the truck. It's supposed to be on there. But then we have that challenge that I guess we all recognize. Issue of enforcement. There's some very good things in here. But how are we going to enforce these things? Somebody said turning on a red light. So the police will pack up there all day waiting to see me turn on a red light? And if I turn on a red light, what then? We have to use technology and so forth. I've seen in the States, I was driving with a friend of mine. We were going to a basketball game, and he drove short light. By the time he got to the game, he already had a message saying you just did so and so on his iPhone. Yeah, you have to go and pay it. You have to go pay it. You ain't seen nobody, but you get a message telling you just ran the red light or you just make a wrong turn or something. The technology they have over there, we could employ the same technology here without having the police there. And during the motor vehicle for the conveyance of loose material, where the material is deposited into the roadway, we've seen that. Gravel all over the road, sand all over the road. But I must commend those operators or the owners who the next one, some of them, do get a crew out there with their brooms and things to sweep the sand or the gravel up off the road. And I must commend them, those who see the need to do that. And they also must do that with the garbage to the guys who are taking the garbage up to the dump site. If it blows off, you're coming back down. Pick it up now, send somebody for it. You know it blew out of your vehicle. So go back down and deal with it. Madam Speaker, I had an accident, it must have been 2003, I think it was. Up in where do you call it there again? Fairfax Bay area. Was a truck loaded, moving dirt, coming across the corner. It was the last trip of the day. I guess the guy was happy to be finally going home. He was speeding and lost control. This was around 2 o'clock, 1:30 in the afternoon, because I went to the 1 o'clock boat. And I was coming back to town. This guy coming around this corner, totally out of control. Of course, he hit me head on, knocked me off the road, everything. So we must consider a suggestion, I think the member for the 8th said it, where we ask these drivers to either stay off the road during certain high traffic times, which is possible sometimes, but it's always possible. I have another suggestion also. Guys, see too often where these big vehicles block up the whole traffic. if at periodic times they could stop and let some traffic flow and then continue, they have two persons to be in the vehicle, one get out, just stop the truck, let the traffic flow around the truck. I've been in the end of vehicle from Fort Hill to the police station, Eastern already. Could not pass. A big cement pump truck. Could not pass. And this was like 9 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning. This big vehicle, then it was a very narrow road. This big vehicle has taken up more than 2 quarters of the road and nothing could pass. From all the way Fort Hill, all the way into Eastern. So sometimes they could be a little considerate again. Every now and again, pull off, let some traffic flow by, then you go again another couple of miles, you pull off again, because you're holding up the entire traffic with this oversized vehicle during high traffic hours. Madam Speaker, I think most of the things that I had here written down have already been ventilated, so I will just stop there and thank you for the time, Madam Speaker.
I now recognize the at-large territorial member, Honorable Stacey Mather.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon. Good afternoon to those who are listening, those who are watching. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Madam Speaker, I am grateful to be able to stand this afternoon and add to the debate on the Virgin Islands Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I understand that our role in the House, we are lawmakers. We look at laws, we assess laws, and we make recommendations, and this is a process where we're making amendments to a law that is almost 2 decades old. Madam Speaker, 2 decades, 4 decades, 3 decades. It's long, Madam Speaker. It's been a long time. We'll roll with that. Madam Speaker, I'm a bit perturbed because I've heard many of my colleagues speak about enforcement. And it seems as if in this House, we can't impact enforcement, because that's the gist of what I've heard. Madam Speaker, if we go back and we think about an era in the BVI not too long ago where a man by the name of Glenn Calwood received a nickname called Super Cop. If you didn't have on a seatbelt, he found you. If you had on a cell phone, he found you. I remember when traffic would be backed up in the BVI in Road Town, in the heart of Road Town, because this one individual would be in the street enforcing laws. Madam Speaker, at that time, these penalties that we're talking about, which we're saying are not punitive, they existed. But the fear of being caught doing wrong because there was enforcement kept our country where it needed to be. What has changed? Is it that we are lawless? Or is it that enforcement and public regard for laws are not on the same path, they're not aligned? Madam Speaker, when I thought threatening a child with more punishment to make them do right never really was a behavior modification that worked. I'm a bit perturbed. Because when I look at what is here, I wonder and say to myself, when the Premier stands and says that most of the persons in our country are from Jamaica and the Philippines, I go and I Google what do they have for penalties in their countries. And then my disappointment hits me, Madam Speaker, because I keep asking, who are we building this BVI for? So we take a document, a law that is aged, 30 years, 20 years, whatever it is, and how far forward are we carrying it that we won't have to come back later again to do it? Madam Speaker, is it that we can only impose fines and we can only impose prison time, and we're not considering that we can do a demerit system that the Philippines has, that Jamaica has, that people can relate to? Are we saying that we can't have good behavior bonds for people who are repeating what is happening? But Madam Speaker, I can't stand here and intelligently argue this when I have no statistics. How many people last year ran up on a curb? How many people last year received a fine for a cell phone? How many people were not wearing their seatbelt? How many murders or traffic offenses occurred? How many and how long is the judicial system in the BVI backed up? Because if I was a police officer and I became gung-ho next week or whenever this comes into enforcement and I become driven by revenue versus public safety, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but possibilities are possibilities, Madam Speaker. So for the person who's sitting in their car who accidentally forgot to do something, now gets a fine that has increased by 200%, are we not adding to their stress? Or are we going to rely on an officer's discretion because Honorable Fraser is an upstanding citizen and I am not? I'm going to get the ticket. I'm going to get the fine. I'm going to feel what is going on. We talked about education. So you're telling me that we can't create a system going forward, Madam Speaker? There's nothing in here about it. It's not possible. That if someone has an infraction, there is a rehabilitation program. Madam Speaker, we have to find creative ways to do things other than bringing a document back and all we're doing is changing the amount, the dollar amounts, and the time for prison, which in here it hasn't increased. That's how we get our society to do what's right. We talked about the young people, we talked about music. Well, the UK and Europe in 2009 designated quiet areas. So the legislation is written for a quiet area like McNamara that's close to the hospital. It should be clear if the officers are there that they are breaking the law. If a school is a designated quiet area or an area where you have seniors in a larger community, why can't we designate that as a quiet area? Madam Speaker, what are we doing? The same thing we did 30 years ago? I understand there's a Noise Abatement Act, but you have persons in East End who are calling the police station, constantly reporting loud noise, and nothing is being done. So, Madam Speaker, that goes back to enforcement. So what are we doing to make sure that today, when this lands here, we approve it and we push it out, Madam Speaker? The person who's paying the fine will pay the fine if their money and their pockets are long, but the person who doesn't have the money, how does it help them? Do you think the majority of the people causing these infractions in this country are those who can afford it or those who cannot? Because if I can't afford the fine, I'm thinking about it, and if it hits my pocket, I'm going to be deterred from it. But some people in our society, if you have tint on your vehicle, we know this, let's not be naive. You pay that fine, you drive down the road, Madam Speaker, you put a tint right back on your vehicle. Doesn't matter what the fine is. Go ask the officers. The naivety sometimes is strong, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we talk about the scooters and the loud noise, talk about where the majority of the scooter riders are coming from. Are they coming from the high school? Well, let's put some kind of education in the school system for safety riding. When a person is caught driving recklessly, are we going to suspend their license? I don't see much in here about suspension. Repeated offenses will require suspension. Will you be on a good standing bond or whatever, that if you have any more traffic infractions, you will lose your license, which is worse to a person. Watching their vehicle being impounded, their license being suspended, or a $1,500 fine, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you run like a hamster on the wheel, you go nowhere. And all I'm asking for, if we're in here and we're lawmakers, who are we making these laws for? Virgin Islanders now, or Virgin Islanders to come? Madam Speaker, I look forward to the debate, and I look forward to less talking about who did this and who did that. Because, Madam Speaker, there are a lot of things that we can do in this country for our people if we're mindful of what is going on. So I look forward to the drafters and those in law enforcement, if they're present, to explain to us the statistics and the reason behind how they feel or their belief is that without a swift intervention by law enforcement, that if you give me a ticket that when I drive away, my behavior will be modified. Because unless those tickets are given out today, and within 5 days you're paying it, then Madam Speaker, what are we doing? Madam Speaker, maybe I look for a utopia in my country, but I ain't gonna give up on it. I'm not gonna give up on it, Madam Speaker. We have CTV cameras. We're gonna use them to make sure that when people run the red light, they're gonna get in the mail, they're gonna get it in the email that they ran it, and that system gonna be efficient, because if it's not, putting all these fines here on our people. I'm not accusing anyone of funding the coffers. The public is smart, they can know what are priorities and what are not priorities. I don't have to discuss it for them. I don't have to point it out, Madam Speaker. It's not necessary. And many of us forget ourselves, but are quick to point out to others how they have changed. But if we are intelligent, Madam Speaker, the same devices that are out there, we can find out what other people are doing, because this BVI needs to be a BVI that we keep talking about independence. Independence also means forward thinking for laws. It means putting your people in a position where you're not beating them with fines. Madam Speaker, you're changing behaviors. Restorative justice, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the wall is only so small. Sometimes if you look around, you will find answers. And I may be wrong, but I look forward to more laws that if this came in, there was one following right away to show us how law enforcement is going to be improved. Beyond the bill that we got and the report that we got from the UK, how is traffic, road traffic, going to improve? Madam Speaker, if you go right there by Fishlock Road and Fleming Street, right across from where they'll be selling fish there, Madam Speaker, you will notice that people pull up by that stop sign and drive straight across. Put a police officer there. Keep the fine at $500 or $250. You'll make some money. But increasing the fine and having no one there to ticket them, then, Madam Speaker, what are we doing? If the young men and young ladies are riding their bikes in the night through the heart of town, do what Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill did when the Afro was a problem. Station officers there until the problem has changed. But, Madam Speaker, if we're not brave in this country to do what needs to be done, and all we have is talk, and we criticize each other in this house only for political points, then we are not going anywhere. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak in this house, and I encourage the public to look at what we're doing in here closer. Because if we're going to lead, we have to lead beyond next year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contributions to the Road Traffic Amendment Bill of 2025, and I seek your permission to refer to my notes. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about this proposed piece of legislation, and members have voiced their concerns, members have voiced their positions, and I want to commend the honorable member to my left, Honorable Mehta, for his contribution just now, because, Madam Speaker, while it may seem that we are here in the opposition and we oppose to a lot of things in this bill, Honorable Mehta was able to provide some suggestive solutions that I hope can be taken into consideration, not just for this piece of legislation, but going forward. And I believe I am in good company, Madam Speaker, because that is the same approach that I plan to take But Madam Speaker, when we state what is not parts of the legislation that we agree with, it is not for members of this House to take it personally, because that in itself is being political. When we challenge certain areas of the legislation or any debate that we're having, it is to ensure that the chance is given to take a deeper and a broader look at what is being said, or even consider what is being said. So I understand the positions that we are in the House of Assembly, and when it is convenient, we say it is politics and it is this and it is that. Madam Speaker, I have no opposition to safer roads or better regulations or ensuring that this BVI community that we call home is and continues to be developed to be the best that it could ever be, and a standard bearer that we used to be and still can be if we just do what needs to be done and prioritize our priorities. But Madam Speaker, I believe the approach of doing the same thing and expecting a different result is the true definition of insanity. Creativity and ingenuity must be brought into our thinking and into our development in this territory. Banning everything, Madam Speaker, as used to be done before. When you ban because there's a problem, you ban it, and you don't understand the why, you don't understand the purpose of a thing, you just ban it. For example, the area and the era that we were in when we banned Rastafarians from coming to the BVI was because of one or two specific occurrences, and lawmakers got together and they banned Rastaman from coming. Then there was issues with, I think one or two people got killed with spare guns in an accident, and we banned spare fishing. And then big bikes are banned, but big bikes are banned because of customs legislation that nobody wants to address. And then you hear the conversation that you want to ban scooters, and you want to ban. Madam Speaker, that is not the solution. And when we don't ban, Madam Speaker, we find some more. But is it solving the problem? Is it addressing the problem? And Madam Speaker, when we look at the problems that we know exist, because there's no denying that these problems exist in terms of the motor safety and the traffic, the road traffic that happens in this territory with motorists. We know that there are issues that needs to be addressed, but how we address them, it can't just be through fining. And Madam Speaker, even in the fining, looking at the penalties that are here, I think on the biggest one is $1,500, if I'm not mistaken. $3,000 in 3C. But Madam Speaker, what I do understand from my time in the courts as the assessor, the senior magistrate first at that time, Valerie Stevens, and now currently Your Worship, Tamia Richards, I have to give her her title. Outside of being in the court, I got the opportunity to sit in adult court and witness some of the cases that were happening with motor traffic violations. Even on the juvenile side, motor traffic violations with scooters and licensing of underage persons taking up vehicles and going through. So this, I'm going back from 2007, Madam Speaker. And nothing has happened except that the problem continues to escalate. So these fines, Madam Speaker, on the highest one, it is left to the courts to interpret what the penalty would be, because if you have good behavior, if you have don't have previous offensive, if you have a quote-unquote good character, then this $3,000 fine or even the $500 one, usually the court will give you 1/3 of that penalty. If I know a little bit about a little bit, I spend a little bit of time there. So 1/3 of $500 is not a deterrent. It does exactly what Honorable Meta says, which is gives you the ability to come right back and do the same thing that I did the day before, the month before, or whenever my case was heard. So, Madam Speaker, my question is, in doing these things, how does it affect the other? The leader of the opposition spoke about it being a revenue generation measure. And if you look at it on the surface, Madam Speaker, based on how the fees are set up, it would appear that way. But, Madam Speaker, I don't believe doing it the way we've been doing it and justifying the fact that it is some 30+ years ago that we are now increasing the penalties without considering additional creative measures and means, education. And I'm going to you were in my notes, because if I lose my license and I drive, then you lock me up. But if I fine you and I go to court and pay a fine, and I fine you again and go to court and pay, and you fine me, I could just be a repeated fined individual that continues to do the same thing. Minister of the subject, you remember last week, I think it was, you and I had a conversation about the partnerships. I was trying to ask you about partnering with agencies to ensure that we are being more creative and aggressive towards addressing these issues. So a partnership between your ministry and departments under DMV and who's it other one with the taxi and livery. So with the CCTV and all the police who controls the CCTV, and your ministry that controls these entities, it is automatic that outside of the officers on site, you have officers as well as the cameras walk in, sends it directly to the ministry. You get notification, this person has a traffic violation. If it is not paid, you can't get your license renewed, whatever the case may be, and it goes systematically, almost seamless process that happens. Not just fine. Because, Madam Speaker, if I go back to 2007 to about 2013, possibly 14, there was a super cop. In addition to super cop, there was a Jefferson Knight and some other officers that patrolled. And what's her name? No, I believe it's Aveen or Aline. I think it's Aline, her name was. But that would patrol this territory and enforce the laws. And Tom, yes, I can't forget Officer Tom. Lord, she won't forgive me. She even tried to give me a ticket one time while I was coming to the house. I had to refer her to the Constitution. But, Madam Speaker, these officers were there enforcing the law. This is back in 2007 to 2013. And you know what started happening? Parents would buy scooters or motorbikes for their children, take them to get licensed. Some of them will get licensed and insured, some wouldn't. Somebody else steal that bike, commit a traffic offense with a helmet or not driving with careful due and attention, if I remember the things them correctly that I'm hearing, that I'm recalling, and you go through a whole court procedure. These children now at 16 years old, some of them are even at 15, are out of school for the duration of the court sitting, sometimes 2 times a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. So they're out of school to be fined a penalty of $50. Last year education time, your parents have to be there with you because you can't show up to court without an adult. And it's a $50 penalty. But the youngsters became more creative, Madam Speaker. Some of them weren't going to their parents to buy these motor vehicles. They were buying them on loan. So they will pay a deposit for these bikes, no license, no insurance, and they're up and down on the government road. No helmet, in and out of traffic. And then as the Minister for Health said, at that time, when they lost life or got in critical accidents, the starting figure for transfer out, this is pre-NHI now, was between $225,000 and $250,000. That your parent or family member will sign a bond to the government that 9 times out of 10 wasn't paid back, but you're getting your care. And you come back with 1 foot or a fractured skull or fractured this and a fractured that, and you are now an adult. But what's amazing, Madam Speaker, life is an amazing teacher because some of these same students, same young persons that have lost limbs because of scooter, and you have a conversation with them now, they are adults now. By when I was young, I was stripping. By when I was young, I was stripping. By, the son, I just try to tell these young people no, but there were older persons trying to tell them the proper way. And they didn't listen. So, Madam Speaker, the question I'm asking is, what are we doing? Madam Speaker, if I go to some specifics, if I go to specific areas, because I'm going to come back to the solutions as well. This law that we amended is 30 plus years old. We amended another legislation, Madam Speaker, that was 30 years old and increased the penalties and fees. And when we increased the penalties and fees, another jurisdiction or neighboring U.S. Virgin Islands kick up and say it's too much. When we went down and negotiate, they walk us back down the hill. So we increase it now, we're going to walk back, and then who's going to negotiate on the people's behalf? Or can we be creative, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we are, but they walk us back down the road? We discount everything. I will write in here in the house where we amend the thing now. You wrapping up. It's okay. Madam Speaker, who is going to do this? Who is going to go through this exercise? Who is going to do this exercise? Or can we just be creative in terms of in placing in this legislation ways that we can make the deterrence a little bit more sensible and sustainable and more forward thinking. Everybody touched on Section 18, Madam Speaker. I have a spin on Section 18. Yes, you give seniors that become the age of 80 or older the ability to drive. But Madam Speaker, here's the thing in this BVI. More and more of our people are driving. And more people are living longer. So even in the areas, Madam Speaker, that they are not able to drive or unable to be safe in the motor. Madam Speaker, what's the plan for our seniors? What are the plan for our retirees that you're telling them they can't drive, but they still need to go town? They still need to go shop, and they don't have the ability to have their children or whomever it is. Madam Speaker, why not create a bus service for the seniors of the territory? I said a bus service, Madam Speaker, from the communities from east to town, and from west to town, and from country to town, Madam Speaker. Create a bus service, Madam Speaker. It's innovative. It's something that you're doing for the senior citizens of your country. They'll be off the roadways and holding up the traffic or unable to not be endangering themselves or others, Madam Speaker, but you create a way for them to be transported safely. And they still feel like they're part of the community. What's happening now, Madam Speaker, is our seniors are staying home and they're home by themselves and outside of when they could get together with the community, Madam Speaker. We just turning our back on our seniors. Madam Speaker, when we look at, I said this to the minister some 6 years ago. You look at the crosswalks in this territory. Again, I ain't just complain and I give you a solution. Whether you take it this time or not, that's up to you. Madam Speaker, you look out at this, you look outside behind me, you see the arrow, you see yellow line, you see white line. Madam Speaker, I don't know what the problem is, but I have a suggestion. Can we stop buying the paint that we buying and buying that after a couple walk on it or a couple car drive on it, it just fade away and we got painted? Can we buy the highest standard of paint, rubberized paint to put on our roads so that when they put it form up a little bit like rubber and they stay there for a little while, Madam Speaker? So that Skelly don't give painting every month and public work don't give painting every month. What you call it? The speed bumps, Madam Speaker. I want to think it's between Eastern and Carrot Bay that got some of the biggest and widest and longest speed bumps. Madam Speaker, they only got paint on the two far side. The paint on the two sides and all from one end to the next, about 15 feet or 12 feet or 12 feet of that speed bump, it's just black. That's a hassle if you know what you're doing. So, Madam Speaker, if we're going to create an environment where we're talking about safety, let's do that, Minister. It's your bill, so that's why I knew. I tell you, I asked you, I suggested to you, let's create some sort of lighting in the crosswalks. When somebody's walking, Madam Speaker, you go on Waterfront Drive. I'll use that one for example, right there by Post House. So there's lights from the businesses, there's the lights on the other side from the ferry terminal. Madam Speaker, when the night comes, it's like playing chicken, you know. It is like playing chicken, Madam Speaker, because there's so much light that the cars coming, they ain't paying attention to you. But if you have flashing lights on the road, not the ones we put up and then walk one day and then they ain't walking another day and they walk something and they walk it. Just in addition to that, Madam Speaker, have flashing lights where people push the crosswalk and you see a flashing as a motorist, you know you have to slow down. Down here by Red Cross, Madam Speaker, when the tourists or anybody, for that matter of fact, get on that crosswalk on the opposite side of Red Cross, you go press that button till Jesus comes. You press, you press, you press. I watch some people stand up there, Madam Speaker. I watch. I pull out in the middle of the road, and I say, come, cross, because you crossing over traffic, people coming up, people coming down, nobody stopping. In addition, Madam Speaker, to what we have, let me increase it, Madam Speaker, because there's more people we bringing into the territory, more people coming, more people walking at night, more people have to do what they have to do. Madam Speaker, speed bumps is another thing. We're talking about road traffic, speed bumps. Madam Speaker, the speed limit in this territory is 20 miles per hour in most areas. It's supposed to be. But that's what the law said, 20 miles per hour or 40 at max. Madam Speaker, the young people, and I was once young, but the Bible said when you was a child, you do as a child, you think as a child, and when you're done, you put away childish thing. That's what I had my times speeding, going nowhere. The farthest place in TORTOLA, Virgin Garda or Anigada or Josephine Dyke, Madam Speaker, if you drive from West End, from the ferry terminal or Jolly Raja to Shellis Bay, Beef Island, Madam Speaker, it ain't gonna take you more than half an hour. Where we speeding going? And Madam Speaker, this is the main road, and so you got highway in between. But I ain't talking about that, Madam Speaker. In the communities that I represent, King Garden Bay, Madam Speaker, there's a call right now. The minister would appreciate this, and Honorable Darcy would appreciate this as well, because they know what I'm talking about. There's a call now to have 5 speed bumps from Bananas, which is Al Henry business, to Raimos. 5, I say. Madam Speaker, I kid you not. Cars, big truck, and God help you on a Sunday afternoon when the scooter them come, when the young people them come now. Madam Speaker, is a highway. They ask for 5 ministers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 enough. I gotta say it alone. Madam Speaker, because you ain't getting a vote down there, I down there. I looking out for the people. Madam Speaker, it has to change. It has to be something that gonna create safety. Everybody in a rush, going nowhere. And Madam Speaker, when they come up, they turn back and they're coming back down. And back up and back down the same thing. And around them corners, Madam Speaker, it's problematic. Up in the area of Mares, that corner by my good cousin Lydia Turnbull, Madam Speaker, if you're coming out of Mayaba, Madam Speaker, say a prayer. Because by the time you look in the mirror to see what coming off of the east, coming west, or off of the west coming east, and you push out somebody up on you. Madam Speaker, needs to be from there. Put one on each side. Go over Chalwell. The residence by Mrs. Adams, and up a little forward by Mr. and Mrs. Smith. You come out of that corner, Madam Speaker, people coming out of the corner, Deputy Clerk, you know that corner very well. When they come around the corner, Madam Speaker, they come around the corner on the inside. So we're talking about safety. Let's create an environment that the motorists utilize care and attention, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister gone, but he will hear it. One of his colleagues will tell him. We amended Main Street. This is Upper Main Street right here. That's Upper Main Street. We amended Upper Main Street to make it 2-lane to avoid the congestion that was happening. But we create another problem. And Madam Speaker, when making laws, we can't just consider what we could see. We have to consider a holistic view of how it's going to affect other things, other people, and other areas, Madam Speaker. The businesses right there in that area, from Crickey's going all the way up to the Vanterpool shop, to the barber shop, up to people's shoe store there. When it was one way, cars were taking the opportunity to park alongside the road. You move the cars off the road, Madam Speaker, you know where the cars parking now? In front of the people in business. So customers now don't have, Madam Speaker, and I ain't just talking about the people from who live on Upper Main Street, you know, or who there. You know. I'm talking about, Madam Speaker, even the government officers parking in the people in business place. So as customers, they don't have nowhere to park. What's the solution to that, Madam Speaker? How are we going to address that? You ease in traffic, but you created another problem for small businesses. Madam Speaker, I don't know what can be done or what else needs to be done. Mr. Reimer in Public Works has done an amazing job on request about putting up those mirrors in different parts of the community of my district, Madam Speaker. But now, every time you put up one tree get mashed up. They're being destroyed, Madam Speaker, and it is for the safety of the motoring public. We put up 5 over the last month and a half, Madam Speaker. All 5 of them are broken. Rocks through them, bullet holes through them. And the community, the motoring community, is no safer. Madam Speaker, when we look at it, it just can't be that we're going to abandon and we're going to penalize, Madam Speaker. We have to be ensuring that we are taking a more holistic look at amending the problems, Madam Speaker, because if we do this now and satisfy the fact that it is 30 years plus outdated and we are moving towards deterring people, Madam Speaker, based on the legislation here, then it takes me to the enforcement act. Because I became of the litter, the litter warden and the fine for littering. Around the same time appointed to the youth court. There were people being fined for littering, $500. And then they disappeared. For the 10 years that I've been elected to this honorable house, every single year that I come, and I've said it in other debates, Madam Speaker, every single year that I've stood here, commissioner of police after commissioner of police have come and asked for more revenue because they need more resources and they need more resources and they need more resources. So, Madam Speaker, who going to enforce? Who is going to enforce and who is going to hold the enforcers accountable for enforcing the laws that we're going to pass? We know what the problems are. And people are becoming more and more careless, Madam Speaker, with what they do. We talk about the driving and traversing of garbage down to Coxie. What about the dumping of dirt in the closest place you can find, the closest corner? And Madam Speaker, that stays there until public works would have to come out, or there's heavy rains that they block up a gutter, block up a drain, and then you create another, and then government responsible, Madam Speaker. We need the enforcement. So, Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation has to be tied heavily. I'm almost married, Madam Speaker, with the law enforcement, with social, not social development, but through the solid waste department. If the strengthening of legislation with the litter warden and all the things that need to happen, let it come together, Madam Speaker, so there's eyes now ensuring that these things are enforced. Because putting more penalties and addressing more things or more ways to get penalties, Madam Speaker, and more fines, Madam Speaker, without the enforcer, we just running through an exercise. Where the officers going to be? We're going to ensure that we get them enough money to just hire in officers to deal with this road traffic amendment? Because this in itself, Madam Speaker, the way it is here, if you hire 30 or 40 officers just to do this, you're good enough. Where's the enforcement going to come from? How is it going to be enforced, Madam Speaker? And most importantly and lastly, as I speak on this, Madam Speaker, what are we going to do and how are we going to further sensitize the motoring public of what is expected of them? Madam Speaker, I remember talk about persons flinging garbage out the car. I used to do a lot of cleanup campaigns in my district, Madam Speaker. I stopped. I stopped because I stopped doing it as often because the children of the community have a justification. And the justification is why adults are nasty. This is our territory, Madam Speaker. I just feel comfortable whistling this and that out your car for somebody else to clean up. The poor man them from solid waste, they do what they can on the side of the road, Madam Speaker, but the side of the road is one thing, you know. Go down in the valley. Go down in the little ditch there, Madam Speaker. You want to see things, Madam Speaker, I ain't just talking about bottle and Cheeto bag, you know. Madam Speaker, people flinging, I say flinging. Spell it flinging. Tire and thing, Madam Speaker, carburetor and the whole transmission and thing, people throwing outside along the public road. Madam Speaker, I believe, as it relates to the motor scooters, as it relates to persons not following the law who should be licensed and operating without a license, Madam Speaker, if the law dictates that you should have a license, valid license and insurance, and you don't have that, then the penalties that come to it must be exercise, but Madam Speaker, there's a bottleneck. The bottleneck is, let's go to the point where you have the enforcer, and this law is being enforced. You have a backup that we know about with the judicial system and the magistrate's court, because we don't have enough resources, not funded adequately, Madam Speaker. Then you're going to have persons waiting for months and months at a time in the court to pay these fines and penalties. So, Madam Speaker, the point of it is, this is addressing or seeming to address one problem in a tunnel vision type of approach. How is it affecting the other areas? Or are we going to just do it and say, you know, it's off of us as legislators, it's now the police responsibility, it is now the court responsibility, and nothing is happening, and the problem becomes worse and worse, Madam Speaker. When we look at things, Madam Speaker, as leaders of this territory, as lawmakers, we need to ensure that we are covering the bases as best as possible. One of the reasons why in 2013, I believe it was, specifically when the police stopped chasing young persons on scooters, I heard an explanation that they said they didn't want to risk their life chasing a scooter. Man, Speaker, I heard a more graphic one. And it was because they're becoming so carefree and reckless with it, we're going to wait for them to boat up. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, that can't be your justification as an officer. Your duty is to enforce the law. Your duty is to enforce the law because the motoring public, the walking public, the driving public, we all have a duty to keep our BVI clean. We have a duty to keep our roads safe. And Madam Speaker, we have to do it holistically, looking at not just this legislation, but all the other areas that it will affect, and the people and the lives of the people that it would affect. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari De Castro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I won't be long because the day is far spent. I just wanted to stand in support of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. We have had exhaustive conversation today regarding specific sections of the bill that require further attention. And in the committee stage, members will ensure that we fully ventilate the matters of concern to me, matters that have been raised previously regarding safety and use of scooters, even the age requirement that facilitates that, as well as the nuisance of the noise and the reality of, persons inappropriately dispensing of waste and other materials on the roadways. But I believe that based on the areas that we have raised, even in cabinet regarding some of the nuances and the challenges that we want to address in this bill while it is here before us, that we will be in a position to do so in cabinet. But I want to support the position of the need to increase fees as a deterrent more than anything else. I think at the end of the day, we become too comfortable, and the fees will be an uncomfortable position that inevitably allows person to really take the law seriously and ultimately adhere to it. So I am in support of the areas that require the increase in fees, and those that may need some attention, I'm supportive in the committee stage to ensure that I lend the minister the support to be able to get those through. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I will take my seat.
I call on the Minister for Communications and Works to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank all members for their contribution to this amendment to this bill. Madam Speaker, quite a lot of information was shared, some quite valuable, some politically motivated, some spoke to the bill, but I guess this is the purpose of the debate where persons bring their own perspective to the bill. Madam Speaker, a lot was said, and like I said, I appreciate the members for their input into this amendment. What is apparent and what is the importance of this bill after coming, I think the last amendment was 1988 in terms of this Principal Act, was that we need to modernize. Madam Speaker, the importance here is not basically to punish persons, but it is to deter motorists from doing the wrong thing. We want to encourage law-abiding operators on our roadways or motorists, not lawlessness, and hence we are here increasing the fees. I mean, you might have heard some members say that the fee is too high. Then one member said that it's still not a deterrent because the magistrate would still only fine you 1/3 of what is in the law. So, like I said, we had this different perspective, and so I guess when we get to the committee stage, we will elucidate this bill and go through it and see how best we can come out with a bill that is fitting for our territory. What is important is that, we educate our motorists, we educate the road users as to what we are amending here today. I like the fact that the leader of the opposition went to Bermuda and saw how clean the place is. What he didn't mention is that while there are a lot of motorcycle riders as well and a lot of vehicles on the road, but they are well dressed. Each and every rider is wearing a helmet. But I don't know if he mentioned that or he didn't notice that part, but I just want to mention that there's that law-abiding operator there in Bermuda, and it's nice to see that, the riders, women, men, whomever, they're well decked out in their helmets and the protective gear. And that is what we want to bring to our beautiful Virgin Islands as well. Madam Speaker, when you look at our Virgin Islands, just last year in 2024, we had 1,200 accidents. One member said that in 1 week they issued 100 tickets. In 2024, they issued 1,026 tickets. And Madam Speaker, within those accidents, the 1,200 accidents, we had 4 deaths. 4 deaths in 2024 from vehicles. So, Madam Speaker, when we speak about these fees are just to put money in the coffers, that has nothing to do with it. We would like the Premier said, for the enforcers not to write one ticket. We want persons where they get out there, they get on the roadway, we do the right thing. We do the right thing, Madam Speaker. And since 2025, I think it was early 2025, that the acting commissioner, there's a lot of question about who would do the enforcement. I must give credit to the acting commissioner of police, because this has been a cry that we reinstate our road policing or road traffic unit that has been absent for quite some time. And Madam Speaker, she was able to assemble, I think she has 2 teams that are actually out and policing the streets and making sure that the laws are being enforced. So I must acknowledge her publicly for understanding the importance of bringing that respect back to our roadways, where, when we brought in the seatbelt lot one time and when you get into your vehicle, when you got into your vehicle, you know the first thing you would do is click your seatbelt because you know that there's a police officer somewhere around watching you. And I think that was the same for cell phone users as well. But now you drive on the roadway, people, you see the police, they pull up next to you, you don't even, try to hide your phone. At some stage, you used to drop your phone because when you saw the police, you would be so nervous at that time. But now that has changed, and we're hoping, that with the road traffic unit, the policing unit, persons would be a bit more respectful to the laws that are put in place for their own safety. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about the age. This law from 1988, it has been in the law that once you reach the age of 70, you would go and get your medical to be able to drive on the roadway, and you would have to do that annually. Madam Speaker, this amendment now, we're extending that because members said that from 1988, I'm just saying what it seems like, that they're saying people used to probably come off the road at that early stage. But now in these modern times, we have older drivers. Hence, we're increasing that at the age of 80, then you go and you seek your medical just to make sure that you're in line and you're fit for the road. Yes, we have some persons who are fit and able, but this is a practice throughout many places in the world where they want to make sure motorists are. And the insurance also, I think it helps with persons being able to get insurance at a reasonable rate, because just as you're under 25 at some stages, you pay a lot more for your insurance. And I'm sure they look at it when you reach that age as well. So hence this is the reason why, we have recognized that we are able to give motorists or drivers at the age of 80 a bit more freedom and the ability to operate for 3 more years. And those below would get the opportunity to get their driver's license for 5 years. So, as we mentioned, modernizing, this is a part of us modernizing this legislation. I know it was brought up where other places in the world, you come to the BVI and you have to take a written exam and you do a test. Madam Speaker, I know that this started when I was actually at the Department of Motor Vehicles. And the law was always there, and we saw where quite a lot of people were coming into the country, and there were a lot of accidents because we have such a treacherous terrain that some persons are scared to drive on some of our roadways. I remember back in 2014 when we started doing the testing, because you always would do a written exam, but then you would just get your driver's license. But we started doing the practical exam back in 2014. And it so happened that one day I went out with one of my inspectors, and we were going, just doing the practical test. It's not a learner driver test. And we went up a small hill down in Packwood Pond. And the driver said to the inspector, he said, yeah, man, I'm from Trinidad, we used to this. We have hills, we used to this. And we went up the small hill, and Madam Speaker, I don't know if anybody familiar with the little garbage bin down Packwood Pond down there, but we came off the cliff in an accident with this driver, and we nearly lost our lives. But it just went to show how the importance of doing some of these tests. Like I said, the BVI, we have a lot of hills, our roadways are narrow, and we just want to make sure that persons who are on the roadway, that they understand how it is to drive in the BVI in our Virgin Islands, hence those exams. Madam Speaker, I'm an avid scooter rider. I have my M on my license as well. And I always try to practice wearing my helmet and trying to be safe on the road where we know it's a good mode of transportation. We've seen lately where we have a lot more riders who are not using their safety mechanism, their helmets, their safety gear. And Madam Speaker, we just want to encourage those scooter riders to utilize it in the manner in which it would take you as a good mode of transportation. The fees, you know, I had various conversations with those in my community especially. I always encourage them to wear their helmets. We know that the fine for not wearing a helmet was $50. The police started, it was too low, hence they didn't seem to enforce it. But, you know, we are now encouraging them to do the right things on their scooter. We talked about some parents having their children as well, no helmet. We just want them to be safe. We just want a safe Virgin Islands where you go out there on the roadway and you drive comfortably. Madam Speaker, you hear, I think the BVI is probably the only place in the world with all these speed bumps. But people think that that is the right mechanism to slow down the traffic. I think, you know, we all have a responsibility to utilize the speed limit, observe the crosswalk, pedestrian crossing, and I'm sure we would have a huge reduction in the number of vehicular accidents in our Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, one member spoke about other mechanisms in terms of how you use deterrent. The demerit point system, I know it's within the taxi and livery legislation. I could support the point system in that regard, and that is something that we can definitely look at. Well, Madam Speaker, this bill has been, you know, with a lot of consultations. We have been at this for quite a few years trying to get this bill right in terms of the fees, in terms of what we should put in, what we should amend. And like I said, we had a different perspective from various members. And what we will do is look towards getting the bill right. The intent is getting the bill right. There's nothing in here about getting money in the government coffers, but this is just about making sure that we have a safe roadway here in our beautiful Virgin Islands. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I look forward to the debate, and I say thank you look forward to the committee stage, and as we go through this bill line by line. Madam Speaker, I say thank you.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. Let's wait, don't go into House yet. House will now resume its sitting. I call on the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kairai Mara.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I move a motion. Do I? Madam Speaker, we won't be able to get through the entire bill as we're in the committee stage. As we understand, we have a pressing matter to deal with, and that matter is a resolution for the funeral of our late honorable colleague, Eileen Parsons, OBE, my dear auntie, I 5th District resident. So, Madam Speaker, I am seeking your discretion based on Section 91 of the Standing Orders to deal with this resolution, and at that stage, once we are completed, then we'll be able to resume the committee stage. Madam Speaker, I so move.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, given the nature of the request as it relates to the urgent dealing of the resolution for Mrs. Eileen Parsons, and given the fact that the bill will not be completed in time before the funeral is to take place next week, I do hereby exercise my discretion in granting favor. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. At this time, I'll call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to move this important resolution. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to amend the order paper to add this resolution, which will allow us to have an official funeral for Mrs. Eileen L. Parsons, OBE. What's the number?
So it would be under Public Business 9, Public Business 1, Government Business 6.
So Madam Speaker, I seek to amend the order of paper to add an additional item under Public Business, Government Business, which would be item 9(1), Roman numeral 6. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. At this time, I'll call on the Premier to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move the following motion. Whereas the House of Assembly received the sad news of the passing of Mrs. Eileen L. Parsons, OBE, the first woman to be appointed a minister in the Virgin Islands, which occurred on Sunday, 22nd June 2025. Whereas the late Mrs. Eileen L. Parsons, OBE, was first elected to this honorable House in March 1995 as a member of the Royal Opposition and served as a member of the House of Assembly until August 2007. Whereas the late Mrs. Eileen L. Parsons, OBE, served for 3 consecutive terms in the Legislative Council of the Virgin Islands, and during her tenure, she served as Minister for Health, Education and Welfare, Deputy Chief Minister, and Deputy Speaker. And whereas it is a long-standing custom and tradition of this Honorable House that all deceased former members of the Legislative Council and the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands have lain in the chamber of the House of Assembly. Now therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly continues this long-standing and well-established tradition and custom in recognition of the contributions and service of deceased former members. And be it further resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves that the late Mrs. Eileen L. Parsons, OBE, in honor of her many contributions in the territory, shall lie in state on the 16th day of July, 2025, at the House of Assembly Chambers, Roadtown, Tortola, and shall be accorded an official funeral on the 17th day of July, 2025. And be it further resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands also places on record its sincere gratitude and appreciation for the life and service of the former legislator, the late Mrs. Eileen L. Parsons, OBE, and extends heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and all who love her. Madam Speaker, I so move.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Given that there is no debate, I'll call on the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, of course, members would have given their heartfelt tributes to the late Eileen Lucia Parsons, OBE, and of course, we know we will have further opportunity to pay tribute to her, as we have all submitted tributes for her booklet, and of course we will celebrate her life on the 17th of July, and of course we will also pay our respects to her as she lies in state on the 16th of July. I'm grateful for members' agreement to continue this long-standing tradition in respect of former deceased members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call on the Minister for Communications and Works.
Madam Speaker, I move a motion to resume committee stage for the bill entitled Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it, the motion is passed. At this time, the House will now resume committee. House is now